So this is probably better. Thanks for catching the sound. So we've got good news. There is a huge show tonight. We have a colossal amount of content to cover. Um, New World has some news. We've got a new article from that out, about an hour ago. So there's interesting stuff on that front. We've got a ton of news about Lost Ark and one of the major expansions that's happening tomorrow. Um, we also have we have some other really cool stuff going on with the Star Citizen that has had some major announcements today, some huge leaks over the weekend. Like, and when I say huge leaks, I mean, holy Moses. Um, brand new events, new ships that nobody was expecting. Um, it's gonna be like this next week for Star Citizen is gonna be huge. Obviously, tomorrow is the patch. I do have a retraction from last week, so if people want to watch watch last week's coverage of Lost Ark on our show, that's basically the same thing that we're going to have said today. Um, the gist of it is the same patch notes dropped. They gave us, early warning, and you know, the challenge there is that they gave us the information, but I read it wrong, and I assumed it was the next day from our show last week. So instead of it being last week, the Lost Ark patch is tomorrow. So yeah. But yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of like kind of crazy stuff going on. We've got I'm gonna kind of dive away a little bit um, from gaming for a second here. In Twitter news, it seems like Elon Musk's bid to buy Twitter is all but over. It doesn't look like it's actually going to happen, which deals of that size are highly complex and you know will be very interesting to see how it happens. Um, it's going to be an interesting one. I'm curious what people think about that too. Like, is it for the good that he didn't get a hold of it? For the bad? Always curious about that. Um, just making sure I've got a few other announcements that are starting to come through. So yeah, I'm theoretically joined by McLeod here.
Yes, I'm just getting myself sorted out. Hopefully, I'm not too loud or not too soft, not too quiet as such. I've kind of got a fan on, so I've turned some of my usual sort of audio filtering and stuff off.
I'm probably gonna need to adjust you.
Okay. Well, I mean, let me adjust myself rather than you adjust me because I can do that. Because that way I can adjust myself down when I turn it off.
Okay.
Okay. I gather this is not loud enough yet.
It does not appear to be matching mine.
How about now?
That's better.
It's better.
Yep.
If I go to there, is that good?
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
it's about even. It's maybe a little low still.
Okay. I'll go to
Maybe a little low
150.
still.
How about that? That should be pretty good. How about that? That should be pretty
Um,
good. Yeah. Uh,
Maybe a little louder.
add louder. Oh, okay, that's fair
Maybe a
enough.
little louder.
Add louder. Oh, okay. About there. Yeah. How about there? How does this sound? Does it sound all right? How about there? How does this sound? Does it sound all right? Hopefully, I'm not maxing you out or anything like that. Hopefully, I'm
Yeah,
not
it's it.
maxing you
I
out
think
or
it's
anything.
there.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
okay. Okay.
I think it's there.
Right. Yeah. Oh, okay. Right. Okay.
Yeah,
You know, like I had an extremely weird moment just a minute ago. I was kind of like setting my stuff up in the background, but like literally passed by my window and saw a fucking bolt of lightning. And it's one of those ones where it wasn't just like you saw the sort of like the cloud kind of like light up kind of thing. You literally saw the bolt, as it were, right?
mhm.
And I'm there going, that's not far away. That's not like right next to me, but it's a little way away. So I'm expecting like the crack. It just didn't come, and I'm confused because it should have.
Interesting.
I don't know if there's anybody out there who knows what the fuck happened there, but yeah, that was really weird.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Um,
A weird one, right? It's
yeah,
like
that is a weird
I
one.
was totally expecting, usual shit to happen, and it just didn't. So yeah, what made me kind of weird.
Interesting. Yeah, I had
See,
kind of
mhm.
a I had a very odd day today. Wasn't uh, wasn't intending to go into the office, and then I ended up in the office, uh, doing stuff and things. Uh,
So descriptive there is.
yes, but it was
So
actually
descriptive.
like I would argue it was probably one of the most productive. Like I only spent the morning in the office too, and I wasn't even working in my office. So it was
Well, that
just
is
like
just
in the
weird.
building, and it was probably the most productive day I've had in months.
My God.
Yeah, I also worked on nothing that I'm normally working on.
How so it wasn't productive for your projects?
I think in terms of productivity, like there was a lot of really good things that I was able to accomplish. But like more importantly, like it was really beneficial career wise.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So that's
Combination of like being the right guy for the right job at the right time, and
right, I
the
see.
right people there to also support that uh, as a thing.
Okay.
So it really was an interesting day, very interesting day. Then I blew a boatload of money on my dog.
Aw.
Yeah, somebody had to go get all of his vaccines up to date.
Um,
Yeah,
it's better. I was wondering whether I should be like, did he have an accident and he needed like to go to the vet like for something specific?
no, but it
Well, clearly,
feels like it
clearly
costs as much as
vaccines.
that. Jesus.
It's like Jesus. I'm paying as
Like,
if I've broken your leg, like
yeah,
as if you've broken your leg, not like it feels like I've broken mine.
yeah, like, Jesus. It is. I think he got 3 or 4 different vaccines. Each of them like $100 a piece. And then he had to get a blood panel done. So we need to check him for heartworm and stuff like that. So
All
he's
that jazz.
he's according to them he's a very large dog. Um,
Oh, okay.
he just broke 140 pounds, so he's about as
if
he's
he if
about
he
as big
jumps
a
if
dog as you can get.
he jumps on you, he'll fuck you up.
Ironically, like despite the fact that he is a gigantic dog, he is like super chill about everything, but he is also like a freaking ninja. Like,
silent as ever as
yeah,
anything.
like he can get up and move across the apartment, get on and off the bed without noticing at all. Like you're not even aware of it. Um,
Oh.
what the fuck is going on with my camera?
Oh, your camera's doing the whole like fucking wow kind of popping thing
Sort
again.
things.
I mean, it's not a didn't we sort this as if like it was fixed never to happen again because like as what I know about your camera is like it'll do whatever the fuck it wants to do.
Yeah. Don't forget to turn your camera on. By the
I mean, what like I have.
way. False.
True.
There it
I
is.
literally have it on. Don't tell me I haven't done something when I can look and see that I have. Like,
There we go. All
there
right.
we go.
Yeah, I think the window that I was looking at doesn't update unless I click onto it, and it was just on another screen.
Ah,
Um,
right, I see. Yeah, that makes sense.
yes. So I was monitoring it as a like hovering over the toolbar and being like, it's still not there. It's probably been there for
That's funny.
15 minutes, and I'm just just getting to it now. Oh
That's all right,
yeah,
dude. That's all good.
yeah. Good times. Um, there's been a lot of like interesting stuff happening. Um, like
I mean,
we're
you're
gonna
gonna
we're
have
gonna
to
we're gonna cover this a
define that
little
a little
bit
bit more.
more during
Oh,
this
okay.
show, but Star Citizen made the front page of Reddit,
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that.
and not by a small amount. Like we're talking like possibly one of the all-time highs. Um,
But it wasn't
and
for anything bad.
yeah, and it wasn't for anything
I wa
bad.
it wasn't for like check out Star Citizen. Oh my god, they're trying to rinse, all of their previous like you know, pledge kind of offers and all that kind of stuff, right? Like it was just literally, I think it was just a piece of momentary gameplay, right? And
Yeah,
people were like, "Whoa, what the hell is this game?"
yeah. Because I mean, like, if you can actually record the game while running it on, like, most people who are playing Star Citizen on like the high end, um, for one, like to like clarify how much money they've thrown down into it. Generally speaking, if you're playing the game at 60 frames a second in 4K, uh, think
Be
about the
impressed.
computer required for that.
It
Then
would be
on top of
horrendously
that,
impressed.
they've got generally a $500-600 set of HOTAS controllers. Like
Hmm.
it's pretty impressive. Um, so that's hands on sticks.
Yep.
So like it's actually really cool. Like I've actually been looking to get those, but like I think my priority is probably to get a secondary streaming computer first. Uh, the main thing for that is that like Star Citizen is an incredibly computer like server like CPU and GPU intensive game. Like it will eat whatever you give it.
Yep.
Um
Yeah.
and yeah,
It'll literally be like it'll take whatever you throw at it and be like, "Thank you. Can I have some more?"
yeah. And I think the only way that I'm going to be able to stream it in a meaningful way is uh, to either get myself a 3090, which is more or less possible, although I hear a lot of the specs around the 4000
I
series,
mean,
and I'm like, maybe I should go with one of them.
you might as well wait for a 4000 series card, dude. Like an a 3090. is almost the price of an entire computer by itself. You know, an entire computer with a regular graphics card by itself.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So,
And I'm sure the 4000 series isn't going to be any cheaper.
oh no, but the other thing is, the other kind of thing about the 4000 series cards is, not only are you going to have to pay the ticket price for the graphics card, but then you're also going to have to pay the ticket price for another second CPU, sorry, CPU PSU, in order to actually power it. Because I highly doubt that you're going to have a 1200-watt PSU in your computer. If you do, then fantastic. If you don't, then, you know,
Yeah.
sucks. Mm. By the way, Nvidia, that wasn't the reason why, like, the you know, case manufacturers who make cases that have like two locations for GPUs, well, not GPUs, two locations for PSUs. They're not there for you to utilize as a, a PSU specifically for your card. They're cases and chassis designed for dual systems.
Meaning two full computers.
Yeah,
Not,
exactly.
like if you're eating that much power on a card, like this is my problem with them eating that much power on a card. The more power you have, the more heat you generate. So the more
Oh yeah,
power you push through that card, the hotter it's going to get. And I have serious concerns about heat because most people don't know how to set up their computers for that. Additionally, most people don't understand that like that kind of heat or that kind of power transfer can't be daisy chained off the same cable. Um,
yeah. That's also another thing, and
you
we've
know,
already seen that with the 3000 series cards, right? Or even the 20 series of cards. Like, we've had seen examples of people using 2000 series cards um that they've just wired just incorrectly from their PSU, and it's gone horribly wrong. So
what
yeah.
we mean by this is if your card has two distinct 8-pin slots for cables, that means you need a cable that goes from your PCU to your graphics card twice. Two different cables, not one cable that goes over and then hits the second slot with the second
With a
second
little
8 pin
little
off the same
add-on.
thing. That
Yeah.
is
If
not a good move to do. Do not do that. Like, there's somebody out there who's like, "That's how mine's set up." No.
yeah, if like, to give you an idea, like, if you've ever seen those sort of, like, don't do this, electrical kind of cabling, do's and don'ts, where you see somebody who has, you know, an okay or a normal amount of stuff plugged into a single plug, right? But then you have somebody who has like three daisy chained, like, expanded plugs that have like six each, and then they've got like fucking things attached to each one of those like plug sockets in each of those sixes that like are boxes that expand those fucking plugs to three additional more things, and like, things daisy chained onto that and that and the other, like, and that is just literally a spark and fire hazard waiting to happen. That is what you're doing to the inside of your computer, like when you're daisy chaining that second 8 pin from that first 8 pin. That's basically what you're doing.
Mhm.
So, word of warning.
Yeah. Like if you think about it in terms of like a water pipe, there's only so much water that can go through the pipe before you start building pressure. And that pressure has to be released in some way. Think of the pressure as heat. Eventually, you push too much heat through that wire and it starts melting. And
Yeah,
then
or
when
or if we're
two or
using
more of
the
those cables melt to the point where they touch, shit lights on fire.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when you trip your breaker, hopefully.
That hopefully that's when you trip your breaker, but there is definitely moments where breakers haven't tripped and people have actually partially burnt their a bit of their room, or
Um,
essentially destroyed their computer in some way, shape, or form.
um, really, I'm just waiting for the day where they just make like a 24 pin
Yeah, just
adapter,
stunk.
like just like for the sake of everyone out there. I really wish that they would just do that. Like I know that everybody's got the 8 pin expanders for various different cards, like for like not for graphics cards, for other stuff. Like if you're using an 8 pin to power a USB thing, like obviously you're not going to need, you know, as much power to do that versus,
No,
these huge like graphics cards that require, 2 3 different 8 pins. There was a reason it is 3 different 8 pin slots. They want you to use 3 different cables,
exactly.
not the same cable, especially with three.
Yeah.
This also means don't cheap out on the cables. Like legitimately don't cheap out on those cables because they
Well, there's don't cheap out on the cables, but then there's don't pay for ridiculously expensive cables because
yeah.
there's definitely a point where it's like you're getting decent cables, right? There's never that situation where you're kind of like, oh, I need fucking gold capped fucking cabling, with all this fucking bells and whistles and shit. Like half of like the super expensive cabling that you can get, like half of the features that they claim it has are just bullshit.
Mm,
It is literally just bullshit. Like it is something that doesn't affect the performance of that cable in any way, shape, or form. But like just so long as it is a cable that is sturdy, well made by a reputable seller, or reputable manufacturer, and sold from a reputable kind of like seller, or a reputable kind of store in some way, shape, or form that isn't going to disappear in like 5 days. Um,
yeah.
then you're good.
AliExpress is probably the exception to that. Uh, you
Mm.
know, like if you're gonna
Yeah,
buy them
yeah.
brand name, like like
Buying brand names
Newegg
and don't
would
buy
be a
them.
much better choice than like AliExpress.
But then
The
you're gonna get it sooner if you're buying from Newegg than AliExpress, to be honest. So, you know, if you're buying from AliExpress, then there's a reason why you're buying from AliExpress. If you're buying from AliExpress, like either
um,
you live much closer to where they can, where they can, um, you know, deliver very quickly, or you
or
you
you're
have a
really
budgeting issue.
cost sensitive. Yeah.
Yeah, you have a serious budgeting issue. At which point, I would really wonder how you got your hands on a 3080 Ti or 3090 Ti.
Yes. Ashes
Because
of Creation when is the question in chat here.
I
So
mean, isn't that the
we're
question that
we're not
everybody's wondering?
covering. So the reason that we're not covering Ashes of Creation yet is that
In order to
they're
buy
nowhere
into
near
it,
launch.
they're nowhere
Like,
near launch, and like you have to buy in by how much in order to actually get to even
uh,
play the advanced versions. And I think with the refactoring to Unreal Engine 5, like, is there even a playable version of that yet? I'm not entirely certain.
yeah,
I'm sure they
I
I'm sure
think
they're
in the
working on it, but like,
store they're looking at least $75, and that's beta two test phase. I don't even know if that's on currently.
I mean, I I definitely want to cover it
Yeah,
when when it's actually when it's capable of covering it without forking over a bunch of money that I'm not entirely I couldn't I couldn't with a straight face tell somebody that I spent that money in a legitimate way.
yes. And this is
Like
coming
I
from
would
people who
have
have. This is coming from us. Like we spend money on Star Citizen like it's going out of style.
well you do,
I do
yeah,
at
but
least.
like
Yeah.
I haven't.
Yeah.
as such.
Yeah.
I've spent more than I probably would have thought that I would have. But that's coming from somebody who is,
Oh,
you
you
know,
know if they drop an LTI next week, you're gonna
I
eat
mean,
that.
you're not wrong there, but then again, I understand now really the value of an LTI token, and if you can get an LTI token for less than 50,
Mhm.
which
Those
in
hover quads, they sold in
which from
mass.
yeah, I know, and I'm fairly certain that I'm fairly certain that CIG looked at the fucking graph for that thing and went, "We need more of these. Like this seems
Yeah.
to work quite well."
You mean if we throw
But
an
like,
LTI on a tiny little ship and that people will buy hundreds of them? Like
it's very
I've seen
strange.
a screenshot that somebody purchased like 25 of them. Like
I mean,
it's
that
not
might be a bit
surprising.
excessive. It's a
It's
bit
not
excessive, but it's
surprising.
not surprising
I know
because
I
they're
wish
very
that I had bought at least two more, and I had bought two.
because the thing is, like, I know people may be kind of wondering why we're talking about LTI tokens rather than, the ships or the vehicles that you purchase, right? When you buy into Star Citizen, but like the value of Star Citizen when people purchase big things is to either purchase an LTI, which is a lifetime insurance token.
Mhm.
Um, it
So
basically
if you're
means that you
buying a
get
ship, you
yeah,
don't want 6 months of that ship. You want that
you
ship
want that.
permanently. And the ship that you buy originally does not have to
you,
be
you
the ship that you have in the end.
so,
For instance,
so
I have a
yeah.
lifetime token on my Polaris, which is not a possibility if you bought the Polaris outright. But
So
if you upgrade it off of
Ace,
another
Ace,
pack, what's that?
Ace. Oh, you need to clarify something because at the moment it makes it sound as though, whatever happens after that 6 month period, CIG basically takes that ship off you. That's the way that you kind of presented that. What's happening is it's based on insurance. So if you lose that ship at any point within that period of your lifetime insurance or whatever period of insurance that you have, you can get a new one of your ship, like, for free, essentially.
Yeah.
Whereas if you purchase that ship in game, if it dies and you didn't pay for insurance in any way, shape, or form for that ship, it's gone. You have to basically, accrue the money in order to actually purchase the ship again, in order to have it again. And the thing is, when the game eventually does launch for proper, you'll be able to purchase limited insurance in game for ships, but I highly doubt you'll be able to purchase lifetime insurance. And that's the reason why lifetime insurance is extremely sought after by people who, are thinking somewhat seriously about Star Citizen, is because you have it for your lifetime or the game's
Yes.
lifetime kind of thing. So it doesn't matter how many times you lose that ship, you can always go and get a new, like you can always go and get a replacement of that ship, courtesy of CIG because you have lifetime insurance on that.
Yes. And I would argue that that lifetime insurance. So if you think about it this way, so what's the in-game cost of like a hammerhead? It's like 22 mil or something like that.
It is in the tens of millions of
So like
unfortunately. Yeah.
you have to go out and grind 22 million credits theoretically if they stick with the
Yeah.
price.
Yeah.
I forget
Yeah.
the exact price, but let's pretend it's 22
Uh,
million.
uh,
If you have to go and grind that 22 million, that's a decent amount of time before you can get back in a version of that ship once it dies.
yeah. Yeah.
Obviously you keep the ship until it dies. Whether you have insurance or not, like, the ship is yours until it dies. If you have insurance, you get a copy of the original manufacturer spec of the ship that you had.
Yeah.
So like none of the upgrades, none of the like, none of the components and
Custom
weapons
shit.
that you changed out, like none of that, none of the gear that was in it. So like physicalized armor and all of that all gets lost on site. Um, so the value of the LTI is not having to do that grind again.
Yeah.
So like my
Um.
Polaris if it dies, I'm gonna be out, probably 15 suits of uh 15 space suits, a bunch of weapons, and a shitload of ammo and components. Uh, but I'm not gonna be out the what it's one of the bigger ships in the game, so it's not purchasable via in-game credits at the moment. But it's probably going to be close to 60 million credits at least, I would assume. Um,
Probably.
so like I don't want to grind that just to get my ship back when I can have the
Yeah.
insurance on it. So the reality is, and this is like buying ships 101, because like most people are like, oh, I'll just buy a ship in Star Citizen, and it'll be good. Like, I'll just buy a Polaris outright. Like,
So
more power to you, but you did it wrong. Sorry, but the better
yeah.
approach is to buy a small starter package, or a package that has a lifetime insurance or 10-year insurance on it. Because if you're still playing the game after 10 years, then yeah, that ship kind of deserves to die. Um, you know, but something with an extraordinarily long period of insurance. And then you buy upgrades, and you can upgrade, especially during Fleet Week, or during, um, what's the one that happens at the end of the year? Um,
Oh God.
Drawing a blank on it.
Yeah. Me too.
Yeah.
Just move on. Yeah.
There's another one that happens at the end of the year. Totally blanking on the name of it. But during those events, you can basically buy any ship in the game. Oftentimes, there's even limited numbers of javelins available. So like massive ships, like 70 people ships. Um, and that's gonna be a huge thing. So that's gonna, like, obviously it's gonna be a
Because
huge thing. Uh,
because people want to upgrade their lifetime insurance tokens into one of
yes,
those ships,
yes.
essentially.
And if you time these things correctly, you can upgrade and jump in value without paying the associated value. So like if you have a $40 LTI on a hover quad, you can upgrade it to another ship. And had you have upgraded prior to the news last fall around the Banu Merchantman, where it went from a couple $100s to like $400 or $500 now, you know, like
Yeah.
you would have already had that upgrade, and now you have effectively another few $100s worth of ship there, um that you wouldn't have had to pay for. And then you keep kind of timing those with any time the prices change, or there's a sale, or really kind of take
Yeah.
advantage of
It's
those, and you can
ridiculous.
buy the expensive ships for substantially less than you would have paid normally. And via that upgrade path, and this is where the LTI is the most important, via that upgrade path, you can take a starter ship, or a like a hover quad, or whatever, something with an LTI token that is tiny and relatively insignificant in the universe, you know,
Hmm.
in the grand scheme, compared to a capital ship, and convert it, and the best part is it carries that LTI with, and the insurance coverage stays the entire time. So in the end, you end up with this capital class ship that is fully insured, and that is why the whales are throwing down money, is that they see that as, hey, if I lose this Polaris, I'm not having to regrind for this. If I
Yeah.
lose it twice, I'm not having to regrind for this. And that's really the benefit in the end game. Um,
Yeah. Um, considering the category that we are in at the moment, I want to sort of try and translate this from Star Citizen into New World lingo. Um, essentially, the kind of if you're struggling to figure out how this would look in sort of like say New World, right? Um, and I'm not advocating this as any kind of way that AGS should go in any way, shape, or form, because like I think there is good systems that work in certain games and good systems that work in other games, and sometimes certain systems don't work in certain games and vice versa, right? So before you kind of think like, oh, this will be a great system to have in New World, like most likely it will not be, because when you transplant something like this that obviously was intended pretty much almost from the start as to how it was going to be, like how it was going to work, into a game where like this wasn't the end state, or this wasn't the state that they wanted it to be, by the end of the, or eventually, sort of thing, it could cause all sorts of fucking mess, right? But if you're trying to figure out how this works in a sort of like in New World lingo, it would be the equivalent of having of AGS basically making all your armor and all your weapons kind of drop when you die, right? But being able to purchase like your ability to get that armor back when when you come back, when you basically respawn at a respawn point, for example, or maybe not just a respawn point, but like respawn and then get back to, say, a settlement, right? um and if you're looking at what the LTI tokens would be in, say, New World, it would be the equivalent of you being able to purchase a like a set of gear and or a set of gear, or like a particular weapon in for New World, in a store, and give AGS money for that, and then you would have, like, any time you die, and even if you drop that that gear, or that gear gets destroyed, like, you will get that gear back when you get to, say, your settlement storage, right? To put back on. So it's a case of like that would be kind of how it would functionally work in something like New World. If you're kind of wondering how or why somebody would potentially pay that kind of money to a developer to actually have that kind of you know that uh, that function, right? That kind of like perk. But yeah, that would be kind of how it worked. That would be kind of how the LTI system would work, in New World, for example. Hopefully that clears things up. I've probably muddied the water like way, way, way more. But you never know.
So
Hopefully somebody has read more.
going back to the original question,
Yes.
AOC and and to clarify our position on Ashes of Creation, our position is that we are very much looking forward to the game coming. It is nowhere near a release, and that's really all
It
we can say.
it it
Like,
it needs to be a little bit more accessible for
yeah,
us,
yes, um,
really. But I we're willing, definitely willing, and able to be able to play it. Like, if if it does end up becoming more accessible, and clearly there's a market for people who want to check it out, who want us to check it out as well. So you know,
yes. My hope is that, like, once it gets closer to launch, like, I'm entirely willing to cover it and cover news around it. And I think we actually talked about it a few weeks ago, about their changeover to Unreal 5, which
yes,
is a solid move. Like, that's a
yeah,
great engine, so totally worth
I
doing.
yeah, I
Uh,
can't fault them on that. That's
yeah.
great. Like, it's a great idea.
And the thing with that is that that release date, even though it has not been announced, just got pushed again because now they got to rebuild it for that engine.
Yeah,
Um, which, again, not a bad thing. Like, future proofing your game is not bad. It just means that the release date is going to change. Um, like, and we've all seen what happens when a game is released too early. I was one of the, I will take full credit for this. I was one of the people that said, New World's good to go. Like, we're ready for launch, and apparently it was not. The version and subsequent updates too, uh, were unfortunately not what we expected at launch. So, like, that was alarming. Um, but like that's what happens when, hey, like, you get put into a corner of, we have to launch this, you know,
Yeah.
and you know I think that the New World team has done a phenomenal job in bringing it around. I think that there is still plenty to do. Um, I was in a war last night, on Valhalla. We got 2 out of 3 of the points, but it had a lot of issues still. Um, the issue with launch was that there was some carryover. There were some bugs that were patched in one way that then presented in another way, and those bugs led to duping and other exploits, um,
Yeah.
that led to more serious problems. And yeah, it wasn't. I think that it required larger scale testing. Um, I think that an open beta for like a month would have exposed more of these issues and would have allowed them to get in the mindset of like, okay, hey, here's the pressing issues, let's fix the bugs, and then let's push a version, and kind of like use the beta as a public test realm, um pre-launch. I think that would have gone over a lot smoother. um and it really was, it was unfortunate. It was also really unfortunate that certain things were missing. Like certain things were missing that I don't think were thought of until too late. The perfect example of them would be the inability to transfer between servers. Um, like
Hmm.
within the same region, fine. Like that should have been like, in my opinion, that should have been day one. I really think that was something that needed to happen. Um, and unfortunately, their Twitter handle, made promises to something that I don't think they intended to do, which was region to region transfers for characters, which exacerbated the problem and made it infinitely worse.
Oh
Um,
God, yeah, just a tiny bit.
yeah, and the challenge with that is then they handed over server transfer tokens to be like, hey, like, we understand that this wasn't the perfect way of this implementation. And the issue with that is that everybody did the exact same thing that they did on launch day, and they all went to the same 3 servers, causing the same problem as launch day every single freaking time. Which is why eventually they probably got to the point in a board meeting somewhere where they were like, we can't keep giving them these tokens because we're losing people to server queues, because everyone and their mother chooses to move to the same server. You know, and there's nothing they can do about it because it's freedom of choice for the consumer. Well,
Hmm.
you know, like for us, I know on launch day, like the mentality of like the fear of missing out, of being on like, oh, I'm on the most popular server, you know, we were going to be on one of those big servers. And we got in, we realized that there's like a 9,000 person queue for a 2,000 person server. And it was
Yeah,
like,
that really sucked.
yeah. And like putting the thought process out there of, we're in a coalition of about 6 companies. If we stay here, our 6 companies, assuming that we're all playing at the same time, comprise a quarter or more of the server.
Yeah,
We are
which I
never
think
going to
was a
all
little
be
bit
on at the
ridiculous.
same time, mainly because
Yeah.
there's a 9,000 person queue. Like, so we decided to move all of them to a server, and we never experienced a queue. Or like, I think the most our queue was like a few hundred, um, at like peak times. So like that's a great situation to be in. Um, but yeah, it's it didn't go how we thought it was gonna go. Um,
Yeah.
And yeah, I think that there was a lot there would be a lot of things I would have changed about launch. There's a lot of things I
Yeah,
would have changed
I
about
would have.
post launch too. Like
Yeah.
um, I'm a very opinionated person. If you guys haven't learned that already, you know, and like I very much let them know, what I think needs to happen. Like for instance, and I'll test the water here. Let me.
Mm.
Before I do this, I'm gonna put together a. Um, I'm going to put together um, an actual poll because I think that
Oh shit.
the value of this data is of importance enough that it should be captured. Um,
That's fair enough. See, even you know, the thing is, you guys out there may think that I have something an idea as to what the hell this poll is. He's he's kept me in the dark on this one as well, so I have no idea. Like he is. I mean, we didn't have a script specifically for the for the pre-show, but like if we did have a script, he is off the script entirely right now. Just so you know, I am in this and as clueless as you guys are out there. So yeah.
sorry, I'm trying to find the setting here.
All right.
So fundamentally, the question is a yes or no question. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
if a server was created that didn't allow to be transferred onto or off of and was brand new, so basically required uh, oh, okay, this is annoying. I'm being limited by keystrokes here. uh,
Sorry, I just I
all right,
remembered that I needed to add
so
something to our patch to our
the
show
poll
notes.
is in the water.
Anyway,
The question is, if a server was created for only a brand new server, you cannot transfer onto it, you cannot transfer off of it, and it was created fresh, meaning you had to start a new character, everyone had to start a new character. Would you play on that server instead of playing on your old character?
ooh,
Or do you think that that would bring people back to the game if they had an
oh well,
option to be
those are two
equal?
different questions.
I know it's kind of a different question,
Though
but like
those are two different questions, dude. You can't throw that into the same thing. You have to.
because I
It
think
has
it
to
would
go
also
like.
bring people back to the game, knowing that they're not going against the uh, the guys who have managed to get 625 gear score everything. Um,
Yeah,
you know, like I think that wow, that was really short. Did I seriously set that for
I think you. Yeah, I think you set the time for that like really super short. But like you
the
got 100%
the
like
results were
no on
unanimous.
that.
Okay,
Yeah, yeah.
apparently I'm in
So
the wrong. Um,
no, I think it was the way that you phrased that, dude. Like, you kind of said like, would existing players create a new character on a server if it was brand new and you couldn't actually transfer onto it? And I think the thing is, a lot of people are invested in the time and the effort that they've put into their characters, so they probably wouldn't. And I think the unanimous no vote there was very, a very good indication of the fact that people are invested in the time and effort that they've spent in their in their characters so far. Um, if you want to make a new one saying, "What if new player, you know, What if new server? Uh, it's going to be
So
difficult. It would
what
definitely be
if it was
difficult
aimed at
because
new players? So
yeah,
like, existing players are probably going to stay on their characters based on our survey response there. The
yeah,
likelihood of people staying on their current characters is incredibly high.
it's super high.
But let's talk about people who are new to the game. Do you think that it would be and just use the chat for this? I'm not going to make another poll because the system for it doesn't enable me to type a long enough question. Um,
Yeah,
do you think it would be valuable for new players coming in to have a server where everything starts fresh at a known date too? Like the server will start in 2 weeks. Um, you know,
completely new again.
completely new. Because like
Like it
one of the things
rewipes
that's out
itself.
there is that there's a lot of people that have complained that the market has been tainted by the duplicated items and all of that. This would alleviate all of those concerns theoretically, as long as they don't have another duping incident. Um, and
Well, I mean, if it constantly rewipes, then it doesn't have issues with the duping incident after the rewipe kind of thing. So
it wouldn't rewipe. It would stay like the server is persistent. But like every once in a while, basically start up a
okay,
new server. Like known like every couple of months that they're going to start a new server that is designed for an entirely new batch of people or people that want to you know relive the experience of launch day. Um,
yeah. Yeah, no, I get that, and so the thing is, like, and I think you know, uh, Ace and I are very aware of the fact that like MMOs, especially MMOs that are pride themselves on being persistent MMOs, are all about accumulating gear, accumulating XP, sort of building your character up to be able to do things, to be able to do like very, very uh niche things as well, right? Like and the time invested and the time spent on that is a valuable thing to players. We're just kind of saying that like sort of like a what if, because it's not like it's outside of the realms of possibility in terms of like MMOs or in terms of like survival games as well, because obviously the I think the game that does this the or is infamous with the about this to do with this the most is probably Rust, right? All of the amount of different sort of community servers and custom servers that have various different sort of periodicities between when they when they wipe and not, creates a peaks, very much peaks and troughs in terms of like activity for players. But it always depends on, whether that is the kind of like play style that you want to enjoy or whether you don't want to enjoy. Because sometimes people like the grind, some people like the ability to hard grind, or the sort of like the almost sort of adrenaline rush of like jumping in and like hard grinding as fast as you can to be able to dominate on a map or dominate against another group that is coming onto the same server at the same sort of time, right? Like so there is that kind of like competitive sort of like because it doesn't feel like a marathon race at this particular point. It feels like a sprint, right? It feels like the server's open and it's literally like it's literally like a starting pistol, and you have to fucking run as fast as fast as you fucking can to get those levels, to get those gear, to get to the point where you're feeling more powerful, or you're able to be more powerful on the battlefield than the people who are fighting you for dominance of the map, right?
yes.
So obviously that gameplay kind of dies down when it gets to sort of like 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, 6 months down the line. So it's a case of like, do you want to create a scenario where that sprint race happens again and again and again, or do you want to sort of keep that kind of scenario from like happening, but better sort of like appreciate the investment of players when it comes to the time and effort that they've spent in actually developing their characters.
Yeah,
Yeah. So,
yeah, and it
you
would
know,
have some considerations where, like, they would be obviously a younger set of characters, and like for server merges after the fact. I totally agree that there is a number of challenges with it. Um, I think in terms of the sprint versus marathon feel, I think for those of us that stop to take a breather in the middle of the race, it feels almost insurmountable to catch up. Uh,
mm,
like I still don't
yeah.
have, I think I have maybe one weapon that has 600. Uh, but now I don't, I've been distracted by many other games and work, because I don't play nearly as much as most people. Um,
Well, the thing is, you're not a full-time content creator, right? So you're not a
yes,
full-time streamer. Like, you actually have to hold another job, and
um,
you have dependencies outside of playing games. So like that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Like, and when it's a marathon, and like you're not the professional athlete in that marathon, then it kind of sucks, right?
yes,
And so you're kind of looking to the developers. You're looking to the people who've created the game that you're created the sport that you're that the marathon's all about, in terms of like, hey, can we make this more interesting? Can I get like a fucking shortcut so that this, so that the end of this race is a little bit more like
um,
captivating and all that kind of stuff. Like, so
one
yeah,
like one of my biggest issues is specifically on the PvP side of things. The
engrossing.
imbalance in between a non 625 gear score player and a 625 gear score player, uh, is like people say, "Oh, and it's not that bad. It's not that bad." Everybody who says it's not that bad is fucking 625. Like, you know,
Yeah,
I
it's
was in
always
a fight
people
the other
on.
day with what I thought was a guy in light armor, and one on one, and this dude, I was full con, like, you know, full con, medium armor. This dude fucking beat my shit in so bad, and I felt like I would hit him, and it would deal. There was no damage that even showed up on his health bar for the entire fight, and I was hitting him for 400, 500 damage. Nothing. Never saw his health bar change. Yet mine, every time he takes a swipe at me, I lose a quarter of my health bar, and it's like, what the fuck is the use of con then? You know.
Mhm.
So it's one of those things where it's like he's 625. I'm I've got 600 gear, but like you know not the best 600 gear because I had to get it right when they were doing the patch. Uh, and I get fucking steamrolled every time. Unless I'm in an overwhelming group, and even then, like if you're in a group of fresh 50s, or fresh 60s,
Mhm.
uh you're not really competitive, in my opinion, against the a similar sized group that
And
all has
there's a
625.
Yeah, and there's a large amount of like abilities out there that you know are very much both crowd control and crowd damage kind of thing, like AOE kind of damage, and like, yeah, if you're trying to do the mass kind of like attack, and sort of like focused fire, like that can come back to bite you in the ass, especially if you're all huddled up in like in close quarters, like wailing on a guy, and then somebody comes in and fucking just fucking nukes you all with with a combination of various different AoE effects, right? The AoE sort of like attacks rather than just crowd control, right? So
Yes,
it's one of those things where the many to one kind of like combat that could potentially help alleviate the scenarios of lower expertise, um it really doesn't work at the moment. um
yes. It doesn't help that, as
yeah.
said in chat here, It doesn't help that they didn't have something like arenas on launch, uh, because the game does a good job of teaching you how to fight a mob, but fighting a mob is not fighting a person. Um, you know, my
Yeah.
one of my other issues is that like my experiences are different than what I'm seeing other people experience. So like, you throw a gravity well on somebody and they just roll away. If
Mm.
I throw, they throw a gravity well on me and I'm not going anywhere, whether I have the ability to roll or not.
Yeah, you
And it's like,
you need to you need to
what am I
hold an
missing?
ability. You need to be holding an escape ability in your pocket there, dude. That's one of the things.
Oh, but apparently it works with the fucking roll. I'm just doing it wrong apparently. And it's one of the challenges of like what I'm seeing happen isn't something that I'm able to repeat because like I throw down my gravity well. Hey, like, and I'm not talking like you know they dodge out
I'm
before
getting
it hits. I'm talking like it's pulling them in and they can dodge out. Same thing happens to me, and I'm fucking going nowhere. Like that's
yeah.
one of the issues where it's like I'm not seeing what other people are seeing, maybe, and I'm not, maybe it's just
Yeah, I'm
inexperience, but
wondering.
like I'm not thrilled with
Uh,
that part of the experience.
I'd have to recheck like that. Like,
Um,
you know, any
it
footage that
doesn't
you
help
have of
that the
that,
health
like,
bar
yeah.
thing is the health bar needs to show percentage of health. It does not need to show raw number of health, and then cap itself at 10k. Like that needs to go
Oh yeah,
away.
yeah,
Like
there is
there
that.
is there is something very demoralizing about going into a fight and going, "Hey, look, I haven't even hurt him." You know, because that's
Yeah,
how health
that
bars
does.
work. Sorry, but like if anybody thinks that that's not how that should be, like the rest of the show is gonna be for you because yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of bullshit.
But like that
Yeah.
also plays into that mentality of like, are my hits even registering? Like I'm seeing the number fly across the screen, like the orange number for crit, like, hey, like you hit him,
Yeah,
and
and you're
it's like,
critting, but like it
did I?
doesn't look like it.
It doesn't look like it and doesn't feel like it. And in a fight, the feeling is half the battle.
Yeah,
You know,
the feeling, so the feeling and your what you're getting back from the game really does determine sort of, you know, whether you keep on the track, whether you keep on the, you know, what you're doing, or whether you decide to make, you know, decide to rapidly change your plans because it's not working the way that you think it's working, right? And so obviously if you're getting incorrect fucking info from the game about like what you're doing about, or about how effective, you know, your current strategy is, yeah, of course of course you're gonna, you know, second guess yourself and decide to, you know, decide to fucking, you know, get out of dodge, right?
yeah.
But yeah, like, I think we're running a little over as such. I don't know whether we're
Oh,
running.
oh God.
Yeah,
Yeah, we got into
yeah,
that
we
one,
ran
didn't
a little
we?
while. We did.
Uh,
We really did.
it's a good thing we're talking about New World off the start here. So,
Yeah, that is true.
yeah. So we're gonna see you guys right on the other side of the intro video. Once we get out of the intro video, we're gonna start with New World. We're gonna have we have a lot of content for tonight. There's a ton of New World
Yep.
stuff. There's a ton of Lost Ark stuff. There's a ton of Star Citizen stuff. So stick with us as we do the mariachi band
Um,
through the different
j- ju-
categories
just
here.
and just a second before you hit that button, I just want to say, yeah, for people in chat, like, you know, giving us, you know, your kind of view on how the game is progressing and how you kind of feel, like, keep that coming. We
Yes,
love different perspectives. Like, we love people giving us different perspectives on how the game is feeling for you guys. So yeah, definitely keep that coming.
yes. Also, if you have any issues with the game that you think need fixing, uh, I'm very much interested in hearing those. Um, so yeah, we'll see you guys on the other side of the intro video. Like I said, always happy to have you guys, and of course, we will keep. It's a talk show, so we want to keep you guys as involved as possible. So yeah, see you on the other side. Welcome to the NWO show, your source for all kinds of MMOs at this point. Like now that we're doing
Yeah.
more than one, we're kind of in it at this point.
Yeah,
Um,
we pretty much are, yeah, dude.
yeah, in it to win it. So MMO news. It has been an interesting week to say the least. Um,
I
you know,
It's been a bit crazy, yeah.
yeah, just
Um,
just in New World. We've got brand new dev content. We've got creator stuff going on. We've got a new PTU
PTR patch,
patch,
yeah,
um, and
or PTR
and
patch, yeah.
more. Lost Ark. We talked about the release notes last week and got the date wrong. So quick retraction on that. It obviously the patch did not happen last week. Instead, it is happening tomorrow. So good news for everybody who's ready for that. Um,
And then a bunch of starters and stuff is happening.
yes.
Has happened this week and it's happening, going to be happening this week. This last week that's just gone. And a bunch of stuff is going to be happening this coming week as well because there's like a big ass event that's happening. Um, but we should probably start and do a quick recap as to what happened, what we covered last week, as such. We may kind of like do we do the Lost Ark kind of recap, or because that's basically what like most of like this week's kind of Lost Ark stuff is going to be about to some degree.
Um,
Um,
I think when we
how do you
hit the
feel?
Lost Ark section, when it comes to this week's patch, I'm just gonna guide people to our prior video, like our VOD,
Oh,
because
okay,
we're
yeah,
we're
okay,
gonna be here all night if we're gonna cover all of the
yeah.
changes again.
This is true.
Uh,
Although I do want to, I think we should probably make a special mention of certain things, right?
yes, there will be certain
So we'll
things.
do
We'll
that.
we'll, we'll give the main highlights, kind of the Spark Notes
Hmm.
versions of the patch
Yeah,
for
yeah,
Lost Ark instead of the full. And if you're interested in the full patch notes, they have been released. They are
yeah.
out there, but they're also very long. So
Yeah, they are extremely long. Like
yeah,
the game is has this huge amount of content that they update. Anyway, let's get on to a quick recap as to what happened on last week's show. So basically, from a new world kind of perspective, there was new Prime loot and a new Twitch drop event, which is still going on at the moment. Essentially, the Twitch drop event was an event that is relating to the like the streamers versus devs kind of, or not streamers, like content creators versus dev event. And so basically that's happening I think it's every Thursday for 3 weeks. So last Thursday like one of the events happened where you could get a streamer loot, and then I think 48 hours after that, like other streamers could potentially, or like I think it was after that event, 48 hours you can get it from other streamers, other than just the streamers that were partaking in the event. And then essentially that's happening this Thursday, so tomorrow, and then another one is going to be happening the Thursday after that. So on each of those events, you're basically going to be getting another option, another possibility of getting another drop, another Twitch drop, which is essentially a crate that opens and gives you a whole bunch of things. Unfortunately, one of the things about that is the crate is, is to be like still to appear as such, but we'll get into that with this week's news. But essentially, that's the Twitch drop event that's happening. There was new Prime loot. I think there's still new Prime loot that's carrying on. Um, there was a rumor. I think the rumors are getting quite significant now that New World may be coming to consoles. Although they haven't
Yes.
officially said that it's coming to consoles, but they haven't of the of what's been said by them officially so far, there hasn't been a categorical and like denial about it's coming to consoles. So,
The
you
official
know, the
comment was
wordage,
no comment.
yeah, the
Yeah.
wordage was use qualifiers as, qualifiers like not yet, or not, won't be coming to consoles yet, or won't be coming to consoles this winter,
For the
or that kind
foreseeable
of thing, like
future.
foreseeable future,
That
stuff
was
like
as
that.
of last fall. The official
Yeah,
comment
yeah.
since then, because the question was posed, is no
Oh yeah,
comment.
yeah, yeah.
So
So,
we reached out. We got no comment as a result, and
mhm.
uh, that's
No
not a
comment.
confirmation. That's not a denial. That's maybe I asked the wrong person and they didn't want to answer.
It's like on it's like on that Will Smith movie. What is it? Where it's like, oh, you need to ask the right questions. You know, my responses are limited. You need to ask the right question, kind of thing. Right. Anyway,
Is that iRobot?
moving on. I think it is. Yes, I think that was the right
Yeah.
one. Yeah. So there was that. There was some interesting, fun events in the PTR where devs were spawning in large versions of like mob spawns and like animals and stuff. That was pretty cool. There was new PTR patches which seemed to look pretty good, but also include some troubling stuff, like PvP only perks. And some people may think that PvP only perks would be pretty good, but like the unfortunate thing about that is PvP only perks are worse than the perks that we get at the moment, because at the moment, the perks work with PvP and PvE, right? Whereas the perks that are being put on this particular gear that are coming down in the new PTR have perks that only work in PvP. So if you use that gear set in PvE, then you don't get the bonuses associated with that with those perks. Like they don't crit, and or they don't proc. Sorry, not crit. They don't proc in any way, shape, or form. So it's one of those things where it seems as though AGS want to fork and like diversify the sets of armor and the sets of kind of like gear that you need to have, like even further. And the issue with that is basically is they're not providing us any way of being able to organize all of those sets of armor. Because right now, I don't know about you, but my sets of armor and my like gear sets and all that kind of stuff, like it's starting to get really, really messy. Like it's getting very unmanageable right at this particular point in time. So I don't know about you guys. Um,
Yes. It's very difficult
but
to keep
yeah,
track of, like, especially if you're switching where it's like, okay, here's my healer build. But which
yeah,
pieces go with this? Like some way to organize, okay, if I respec, this is what it is. If I respec, to strength, this is what it is. If I respec the focus, this is my build. Being able to classify items with a little bit more granularity would be rather nice.
yeah, and there was a point at which I thought that it would be okay to use the sort of lock tool to be able to determine certain gear that you want to keep. But at this particular point, if you're running multiple gear sets, you're keeping all of that. Like you're getting to the point where you have so much gear and so much gear that's locked, so you don't end up accidentally sort of like, quick salvaging it in some way, shape, or form. That it's just becoming like an absolute unruly mess, and you have to be constantly like mousing over everything in order to actually determine whether that's particular piece of gear, and it just takes forever to be able to go through it all, to be able to figure out like which gear is what. I mean, I know you can technically put it into different sort of different settlement kind of storages, but like at some point you just end up, it will get to a point with this diversification of PvP only perks as well, like that, you'll have like too many gear sets required to do all the various different things that you want to do in the game, and the various different gear that you need to have for PvP in order to be able to, hard counter certain things, that it'll just get far too unruly and far too kind of hard to kind of deal with. But essentially, these are points that we were making it in the previous week's kind of video, previous week's VOD. If you want to kind of like get a more detailed synopsis as to that, like go check that out. But along with that kind of PTR patch, there was also some stamina regen changes, which didn't hit as well as they'd hoped, because of something that we're going to be covering in a moment. There was some dodging, and there was some changes about to dodging as well as dodging whilst rooted. Um, there was also some changes to like orichalcum and star metal veins. Uh, there was changes to how hide drops based on, the levels of the sort of animals and that kind of thing, and essentially AGS were changing sort of like the levels of certain animals in certain areas so that they kind of redressing the kind of disparity between thick hide and iron hide as such, just to make it a little bit more even, because there's a lot of iron hide out there and there's not that much thick hide as such. So yeah. um as well as kind of a new sort of um yeah, there was also an attribute crafting augmentation mechanic as well, which is pretty cool. There was the bow had been given a decent refresh, and AGS was kind of looking for feedback on that, and we kind of went through a little bit about some of the changes to the bow. The 1.4.5 bug fix patch dropped, including some fixes to bugs regarding the new healing mechanics, and some fixes to the insatiable gravity well perk as well. And that was the new world kind of stuff. Lost Ark stuff. Do you want to go through the Lost Ark stuff, or how much
Yeah,
do you want to go through the
yeah.
Lost Ark stuff?
Uh,
Blech. Yeah,
last week
yeah,
we covered basically the full set of patch notes for what we improperly read to be imminent as of that night. And
yeah.
instead, the Lost Ark patch is this week. So it will include things like the new Destroyer class. There is not a power pass associated with this one. So, like, you're going to have to level it yourself, um, which is fine. Like, you know, that's part of the process. I learned an unfortunate lesson about knowledge transfer and all of that, that I wasn't particularly happy with today. So, you know, I know the feeling about having to go through it the hard way. Um, from there, Smilegate had released their May content update in terms of like what's going to come out, and it's included everything from the new Legion raids, which are going to be insane. Like, this is one of the reasons to play Lost Ark, is that like the end game content is like incredibly complex. You know, like you're going to be playing 4D chess with others in synchronous swimming, while, you know, trying to shoot a, you know, shoot a apple off of somebody's head whilst riding a horse at the same time. Like, you know, the end game again is very complex. Like, a lot of these like super end game Legion raids are highly complex, and it's very cool to watch. If you get an opportunity, check that out. There's going to be people running it day one. I'm not one of them because although I have multiple characters in tier three, I am not high enough level. Because again, I got the job. I don't do this full time. Uh, so yeah. Past that, they're adding in additional open world activities for PvP and clan versus clan PvP. Uh, and one of my favorite things that they're adding in is the absolutely ludicrous Wild Wings Island, uh, which I don't think I can appropriately enunciate how ridiculous that's going to be. Um, so look forward to seeing some content on that. There will be videos. Um, they're also adding in some new skins that are kind of like the college freshman look, which is a break from the kind of uh, medieval themes that they've been releasing so far, and kind of bringing it into okay, hey, here's some more like fun looks, uh, just for the sake of it, which I'm all for. Like people are going to have their characters the way they want them, and they're part of their release package. They released a bunch of like very anime looking character models, and it was like okay, like those were some like most people still use those too, which is kind of cool to see. Um, and yeah, and a whole bunch of quality of life updates. McLeod, for some reason, you're muted.
Ah, right, there we go. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, the nice thing about the college freshman style kind of skins is like, sometimes you may want to sort of rock the the just a general like a normal kind of like look rather than, ridiculous like high fantasy sort of stuff, right?
Mhm.
Sometimes less is more, and so these kind of skins are probably for you if you kind of like want to rock that kind of
Yeah,
that chilled kind of regular normal look, right?
I'm waiting for. I'm probably gonna get for at least a couple of my characters. I'm probably gonna get one of the new sets.
Hmm.
But the ones that I'm waiting for, and before people say it's gonna be for the for the female characters, and it's not. I'm waiting for like the beach outfits because there's some comical ones when you look at some of the skins that are out there for uh, the uh, the rapport NPCs. Like there's some really
Oh yeah.
comical like beach attire with like Hawaiian shirts and that like I think would actually be really cool. Like um you
Speedos or budgie
like
smugglers, as the Aussies refer to them. I love that phrase. It's fucking hilarious.
oh god. Yeah, so like I'm looking forward to those. And I don't we have no idea when those are coming, but it's cool to see that they're having kind of some fun with the skins and there are a ton of
No,
skins
yeah.
in other versions of the game that we just don't have access to. Like so my hope is that they start releasing more skins more frequently.
Yeah.
Because it feels like some of the options feel kind of repetitive and it's like okay, so high fantasy or high fantasy now. Like I'll wait. Like
I mean,
give me an option that inspires me. You know,
I
so this
mean,
this would be one of
I've
them.
I've seen some examples from the Korean server of like some of the other kind of, you know, uh skin
There
pack
is
that they have. There's some wild out there ones for sure, and there's some really kind of like, wait, what the fuck kind of ones.
see
So
if I can
yeah.
find. There's one that I saw the other day on Reddit, um, and it was basically I am in no way surprised by the Koreans' choice of skins, and it's
Okay, well,
basically
well,
a full lineup. I don't have a picture of this yet. It's a full lineup of uh, female characters, all in the Japanese schoolgirl outfits.
Jesus.
And it was like I am you know what? I'm not even in the remotely bit surprised.
No, actually, to be fair, yeah, yeah, I'm not surprised from Korea. Yeah. Anyway, that's pretty much like the Lost Ark kind of news, right? And so look, well, from last week, the stuff that we kind of talked about last week when it comes to Star Citizen, we were kind of going over the stuff that had been released so far about Fleet Week, aka the Invictus Week, which was confirmed to be on the 20th to the 31st. And if you know your dates, the 20th is tomorrow, and so Fleet Week is apparently going to be not tomorrow; it's going to be Friday. Because I just realized that probably a lot of you guys are tuning in from the US, and in the US it's still Wednesday. For me, it's 30 minutes past midnight, which means it's Thursday for me. So I just literally looked at my date and I was like, oh, it's tomorrow. But yeah, Friday is the 20th, so Fleet Week is gonna be coming to us on the 20th. Anyway, from last week we were basically reacting to some of the news coming out about Invictus Week at that particular point, which is basically that it is confirmed it's going to be on Orison and Crusader. We were going to have interior tours of the Javelin, which is the big 60 60 person crew like capital ship, probably one of the larger capital ships, which is pretty cool. um I'm glad it's not just me, Sabuka. um there's going to be some special new releases, which we've got some more info on, and we'll cover that a little later on in the show. um it was just referred to as new releases, and we had no idea actually what those were going to be. um, there was a cool look at the internals tools development team, which is something that you don't generally tend to hear about when it comes to development. And it's essentially is one of those things where, you know, development time and development resources being put into making the work of development easier basically just turbo boosts the speed at which development can happen. And it was they did a whole Star Citizen Live kind of thing about the internal tools development team, which is pretty cool. There was also a new roadmap graphic showing the 17.1 patch, which includes the RSI Scorpius, which is a heavy fighter that's coming for Invictus Week. And there was also information about like pretty much confirming that we're having cargo refactoring and salvaging coming in the 3.18 patch. So that was pretty cool. There was also an engines and graphics starters and live video, which was pretty cool. As well as we talked about the drama, which was the bedsheet deformation drama that basically people seem to be reacting to because, you know, when a dev team says that they are putting dev time into bedsheet deformation, um, some people seem to think that that means that every single person on the development team is working towards that, not just like one or two people.
Yeah.
And blow this whole thing completely out of proportion, which is entirely what the fucking the drama was all about. Like there was a few, there was a few kind of like very um yeah, very kind of ragey drama filled kind of um
Even the media got involved, and it
articles.
was like,
Yeah,
come on, like
there
it's
there
like
was there
two
was
guys working on it. You know,
there were we showcased we I think we showcased like two articles, one from PC Gamer, which was actually not that bad, and then we showed another one which was, the classic kind of like we're trying to create drama, we're trying to stoke drama for the sake of it, for clicks and stuff, and that was essentially, you know the full breadth of it, right? The kind of like the people who were taking it, in context, and then the people who were taking it way out of context and, deciding on, stating rumors as facts, essentially. And so we kind of talked about that. And then I guess in the other news, kind of the other news, other gaming news kind of thing, we talked about CCP Games FanFest in Iceland. And did that go down well, Ace, do you think?
get messages after that. Like,
You actually
people were
got
like, "Are
messages
you
after that.
okay?" Like, Like, you seem really upset. Watch, like, here's the thing. Like, imagine that you loved something,
Yeah.
and then somebody seems to be actively trying to kill that thing. Like, you're gonna take it to a personal level, and that is why last week, like, normally McLeod is normally the one who might get a little bit more like uh aggressive about things than I'd normally do. Normally I'm pretty level-headed, but like I went off on Eve, and I went off for cause on Eve. Like, so if you want to catch a full-on rant, the end of our episode last week is basically me just railing CCP games for being what they've become.
And it's not like it wasn't warranted. Like it's one of those things where it's you see something and you like if you've spent like a decade playing the game, which like me and Ace have done to I mean, I don't know when you started playing. I started playing properly, like fully invested in Eve in 2009. And
Somewhere around there.
and I'd only just kind of like I'm still playing it, but like I've kind of like walked away from the majority of like the investment, like time investment and responsibilities, like a couple of years ago. So I'd spent a good, a good 10 to 12 years like invested in that game. When you've spent that amount of time in a game, you know it very intimately. And it's when you take a step back sometimes and be able to look at it critically, in the way that you kind of probably should, rather than laser focused on it all the time. You kind of look at how it's the the way that CCP has caught lightning in a bottle in Eve Online is just being squandered, and it's
Yes.
just so depressing to see. And so obviously we're going to rage about that. So yeah,
Yes.
it's part depressing and part maddening and angering. So yeah,
Yes. It is
um,
very, very, very frustrating. Um so if you're interested in any of those things that we talked about last week, please check
I want
out
hot
last week's
takes.
show.
Yeah,
There are a number of hot takes, especially about
I'm
CCP games, that I'm sure will follow me for the rest of my career.
it's
You know,
fine.
thank God I'm not trying to go into gaming. Uh, yeah, because pretty much I think I all but
Hey,
requested Hilmar to resign last week. Like,
hey, you. Well, I mean, there was
I might have
requests on
said it at
Reddit
some point.
for there was definitely a thread on the Eve subreddit for calling for the resignation of both Hilmar and CCP. Um, God damn, it's one of the CCP devs there that is just been an absolute um just been had an absolute litany of failures over the last 3 years.
Yes, yes. So, with all of
Yeah.
that covered, let's go into what's happened since last week. Um,
Yes.
so we're gonna
So
start
y-
with I'm gonna start with the second bullet point here because
oh, okay.
we're gonna start with the second one because it's
Mm.
quick, it's easy, uh,
Are
it's
you
hinting
talking
at
about the
something.
Oh, okay. So
Uh,
obviously, being the New World Order show, obviously we've shortened it to the NWO show, but we made our name in terms of talking about New World, so we're going to start with New World.
yes. So this came out the other day on Twitter,
Ah,
uh,
yes.
and it's quite interesting.
I love the GIF in the far right hand side. I always love that GIF. It's so good.
Oh man. Um,
What? And hey, Shadow.
no, one second.
But yes, if you don't kind of realize quite what this is saying is there might be a double XP sort of event coming soon. And obviously, what what the other eggs signify is potentially what areas of the game you're going to get double XP.
Additionally, uh,
See what
there
what
is
see
there is
see,
a
see
small
what
comment on the sword that most people missed, despite the fact that the bottom corner says "zoom into the egg sword" or "zoom into the sword egg." Sorry. Yeah, see what the hatchet
yeah
has in
yeah
store. And
see what the hatchet has in store.
then if you go down to the hatchet, the harvesting tool beckons.
What?
The egg outside
Oh
calls to
Jesus!
you.
Oh my God!
Double XP is coming soon.
XP! Oh Jesus
that
Christ!
that went places, guys. That went places. Oh, I'm happy that I was able to bring that to you guys.
I'm glad that they filled that image full of Easter eggs.
Yes,
There are
because like
far more Easter eggs in
they're
there.
really not noticeable until you actually are looking for them.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah, I felt that was kind of a cool one. I don't know when this is gonna happen yet, but soon. And soon is half the battle.
Oh yeah.
So today, something released a behind the scenes expedition mutators. This is a good opportunity to take a look at like what their design and development intentions were towards mutators. Uh, and I don't believe that McLeod or I have actually read this yet.
No, it came out
It's that
fairly,
recent.
like, really
Yeah.
quite recent, and so I was there kinda going, like, I'm still working on various different things, and, like, today, specifically, I've been doing a lot of renovations, so I, like, came back, from doing all that, and I was just wiped. I was completely wiped out, and so
And this really only
I did
came
some
out
prep
like
and stuff.
like an hour before a show started. So like
Yeah,
trying to
so
prep the show notes for everything else. This is our
yeah.
first read through of this, so it'll be interesting. Um,
Yes.
so I'm gonna let McLeod start this off.
Okay, well, are we reading this all the way through, I guess?
I don't know if we want to do like highlights or
I mean, I haven't read through it, so I don't know what the highlights are on this. But anyway,
I don't
let's
know
just go
either.
for it,
So
right?
yeah,
Okay, let's just like okay. So, greeting adventurers, mutators push players to experiment with different builds, but these augmented expeditions challenge the new world development team well before the community received their first mutated expedition tuning orbs. Like many gameplay mechanics, mutators were created through a combination of fan feedback, internal tests, and a desire to create something difficult yet fun. We, aka AGS, not us, uh, we recently had the chance to chat with New World level designer Darren McKinsey and World Experience lead Michael Willett in anticipation of their upcoming mutators for more insight into that desire. Explore their inspiration, philosophy, and ambition behind mutators in the interview below. And so they go through. Well, there's basically three parts. So there's a design and development part. There is a philosophy part, and then there's finding the right level of challenge. Um, do you want to tackle the design and development part, and then I'll go for philosophy,
yeah.
or how do you feel?
So design and development. The idea for mutators was born from a mix of internal brainstorms and passion for another genre, roguelike games. Michael said, in the design team wanted to challenge the community in new ways through tougher expeditions. Similar to how roguelikes often feature powerful enemies that can easily overcome underprepared players. These challenges in New World ultimately took on the form of mutators. Uh, Darren walked us through. When we say us, think of the community team, not me and McLeod. McLeod and I are content creators. We are not associated with them. It's just written from the perspective that is very strange to read from.
This
We'll
isn't
we'll,
our
we'll
words.
roll with
This
it.
is
Pretend
this isn't our
I'm,
words, Dane.
yeah. Pretend I'm
Yeah,
one of
yeah.
the community team because 3/4 of people freaking assume I am. I'm not. Like, I don't work for AGS in any way. Um, like, anyways, we'll carry
Disclaimer.
on.
Anyway.
Uh, so Darren walked us through the creation of Explosive, one of New World's first mutators, to help us understand the team's design process. This mutator pits players against mob type enemies that explode on death. No, we're not devs. Um, well, not for
I
Amazon at
I
least.
almost I almost feel like he put that in there just to try. So
Yeah,
after that,
yeah. No,
thanks, thanks.
I have a very different job. I do development on business intelligence software. So like,
That sounds so exciting, A's. Tell me
yes,
more.
yeah.
Anyway,
Sounds
let's
way
let's
more exciting than it is. Like, and it wasn't a very, ringing endorsement of it to
the
start with.
yeah,
So
the
anyways,
elevator pitch didn't really ring true. Anyway, let's go. Let's go.
so we like playing around Explosive almost immediately, since it created an incentive for our internal testing team to communicate, letting other players know there was about to be an explosion. Darren said, uh, it's tuned just right, or just tight enough that knowing when the enemy will die is way more effective than dodging after the effect is in motion. The team also called this design choice effective because players were forced to face similar enemies with different techniques. So I think that
Hmm.
that's I liked where they're coming from, where it's like you need to kind of come up with creative ways to deal with the problem, and it's not a single solution. Not a
It's
single
not just
solution
dodge out the
problem.
way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, given it's good to plan ahead. Um, and your goal, the end solution is to not be within the explosions range, but getting there.
Yeah.
Do you bring it to low health and then run away and have somebody range take it out? Like, there's a lot more like communication that has to take play there. Um, so um, that fresh through familiar design process rapidly evolved throughout development as a result of internal test. Each test introduced variable results for the team to further refine mutators. Fans might be surprised to learn just how much went into their development. Multiple departments like visual effects, user interface, character design, combat design, and expedition design all played major roles in helping early mutators fulfill the team's core philosophy. And then they go into philosophy. I'll hand it back to McLeod for that one.
Yeah. So uh the guiding principle behind mutators, according to Darren, is to encourage varied counterplay, incentivize teamwork, and foster communications. Alone, these goals might create a fun few moments, but together they vastly improve replayability. Each week, players can join a different set of expeditions, which randomly selected mutators for diverse challenges and gameplay patterns. This variety stems from feedback. The developers noticed players enjoyed strategy over pure difficult tuning and continue to design mutators around what players can do to outplay every effect. Censored, which is Darren's favorite mutator, exemplifies their philosophy. To succeed, players must coordinate ability usage and positions to avoid dangerous zones. Just one miscommunication can make it far more difficult for even the most experienced adventurers. Memorable mutators like Censored not only feature unique scenarios that promote different team dynamics, but also strike a careful balance between difficult yet compelling challenges. Do you want me to do the last one, or how do you feel?
Yeah, if you want to.
Okay, so
You're a
finding the
heck of
right
a
level
lot
of
more with it in terms of reading comprehension than I am apparently at this point.
yeah, it's all right. It's all right. So finding the right level of challenge. Simply spawning powerful enemies isn't enough to create a fulfilling challenge. Instead, the team strives to push players in new ways that make expeditions feel fresh. The community's enthusiasm inspires Darren and Michael to make on the fly tuning based on players' responses. They then review feedback from each new releases to help further iterate mutators through new effects. So, how do they know when the challenge is whether? So, how do they know when the challenge is just right? Mutator difficulty is like a ladder. Each step up adds extra effects. If players feel a great sense of accomplishment, oh, there's that phrase. Goddamn. If players feel a great sense of accomplishment, then that's a win regardless of their step. The designers are always looking at ways to build these moments up. More importantly, they want players to be able to freely experiment with their favorite roles and find fun, successful tactics for their team. Yeah, thanks for continuing to be to brave the depths of our weekly mutator rotation. Look forward to our upcoming batch of challenges. And so there's three new upcoming challenges. One is called Overgrown, that focuses on nature damage and resilience. Sorry, not resilience, resistance. Overgrown adds effects like Toxic, which is a pool which tracks down players, and Compost, which turns trash into healing areas for their allies. That's strange, and I'm not entirely certain how that's going to, you know, showcase itself, but all right, whatever. Barbaric, which focuses on physical damage, adds Berserker and Enrage effect, and Shattering, which deals stamina damage. And Fiendish, which is curses that focuses on the nocturnal. Fiendish adds Weary, which will weaken players with Rend and make them vulnerable with slow. It also adds features. It also features Blood Offering, which stacks damage over time. The design team has some exciting stuff in the pipeline, including player requests. While Darren and Michael have nothing to reveal yet, they're thrilled for what the future has in store for mutators. And yeah, obviously, reading that is that was obviously written from the perspective of AGS to everybody else. But yeah. In a sense, Lego, yes, we are all developers. We are Legion, and I'm sure Legion would like that, would enjoy that to be said. Is Legion still in the actual company? I don't even know.
He is.
He is,
Um,
okay.
I don't want to dox his new job, but he was
No.
promoted. So
Oh, nice.
that's why we haven't seen him. Is that he is um, uh, but yeah. For those that don't know, Legion is Greg Henniger. You'll recognize that name from several of the videos, or the developer
I
update videos.
I
Uh,
recognize that name from several IPs
yes,
that I've been involved with, let's put it that way.
yes, he
And
is.
by
He is an
involved with, I don't mean
incredibly
like,
effective person at dealing with content creators,
yeah.
and
And
overall
and
community management. So
and by involved with, literally, I just mean I used to play it, and like I used to, coordinate groups of players every so often. Like I used to herd cats in H1Z1 to some degree. That's where I know the Legion from. Anyway, that's pretty cool. That's kind of like an interesting sort of. I like the fact that they added the philosophy kind of side of things, so you get like a better understanding as to where their heads at. When it comes to sort of developing these sorts of things. Although I would say that when it comes to sort of that section of finding the right level of challenge, that that phrase came up, and I was like, oh god, that phrase, uh, the sense of accomplishment, right?
yeah,
I was like, oh no. But yeah. Anyway, um, so other things regarding New World. AGS are curating videos on YouTube as part of a sort of a like a content drive for like basically a combat academy. So essentially, what they're doing is they are trying to promote a lot of sort of like content creators, sort of like videos that help explain and kind of guide players into understanding the combat and understanding how to understanding and appreciating the combat in New World is probably the best way of describing it, because it's not just how-to videos, it's also kind of like a showcase of like the combat system and combat in general, as well as like um epic moments and what I think is lovingly referred to as teachable experiences, which is essentially basically epic fails, but fantastic epic fails. Um, and so that's basically being developed and put together on the New World's official YouTube channel, as far as I know, as a essentially as a playlist of uh, various different videos. So you can definitely go and check that out if you want. There's yeah, and so
Absolutely.
I think I think we should definitely talk about the devs versus content creators event that kicked off last week. That's the one that is essentially tied to the like the Twitch drops that are happening, right?
Yes.
And so
So
what that is essentially it's showcasing the 3v3 arenas, right, which is coming in the next patch. We talked about the event potentially being postponed in last week's show because we were wondering how they were going to be doing that without actually, pushing the patch live. But obviously, they were doing the actual, the arenas and the event on a private server or such. So, and there was actually, I need to find it again, but there was actually a mention of essentially the um because I was kind of wondering if we're going to be getting the drops, how do we get the drops if the content isn't actually in the live service, the live game kind of thing? So essentially, what's going to happen there is your drops will start to appear in your inventory when the live patch goes in with the actual 3v3 arenas. So once the 3v3 arena live patch drops, you will start to see your Twitch drops for these sorts of things like appear in your inventory. So, if you're wondering where your drop went or drop has gone to, from last Thursday, then don't worry, because it is there. It's waiting for that patch to happen. And once that patch does happen, then that particular drop will propagate into your inventory in game. So I had the link somewhere. I'll need to find it. Do you want to carry on? Oh, actually, I'll carry on with the PTR arena patch. Actually,
sure.
um, so we had a third PTR arena patch that came out. That came out last Thursday. So that was literally the day after our last show, which kind of sucked. It's weird. It's like we did a Tuesday show and then they released stuff on Wednesday, and now we're doing a Wednesday show and they're releasing stuff on Thursday. I mean, I don't want to say that it's in any way connected. I'm sure it's complete coincidence as such, but like, it's a little aggravating to some degree. But yes,
Yes.
the number 3 PTR patch kind of went in last Thursday, and if you didn't really read the patch notes on that, uh, I think the biggest kind of like what the fuck moment is the blunderbuss got like fucking nerfed into the ground.
To be fair, it's not like there's an issue that it's like it's got a combo on it that it's very difficult to
the,
break away
the
from that
yeah,
basically one shots you.
yeah, essentially it's one of those things where the combat styling in UOD is starting to actually be heavily suppressed by people just running sword and shield and blunderbuss, right? You know, the leaping strike, and then the leaping strike along with the shield bash to to stun somebody for for a second, then literally the dodge to behind. If you even need a dodge to behind, I mean, most of the time people don't even bother, but just just let rip with the the two or even three combos if you want, like on the blunderbuss. Generally, you only need two, if not only one. But like, yeah, it's essentially a leaping strike, a leaping strike to cover the distance, shield bash, and then you basically blow the fucker away with a blunderbuss. And that has basically become a scourge on New World's PvP at this
Yes.
particular point in time. Which, yeah, I mean, my issue, right? My issue with not with the fact that it's being nerfed. It's being nerfed for a good fucking reason, but like, it was introduced in a way that, like, you know, what the fuck did you think was going to happen, right?
Exactly.
There,
Like
there,
it
there
was
was there was a.
inevitably going to be nerfed.
It's a case of it's quite clearly, the style of play that you want from a blunderbuss, right? Because it's a shotgun. It is essentially a shotgun, and so obviously at point blank range, a shotgun should do a fuck ton of damage, right? But the thing is, if you introduce that play, you should have at least a counterplay, or you should introduce at the same time a counterplay to it. And there's no counterplay because there's like, yeah, you may run a sword and shield, and you may be able to you may think that you can block at that particular point, but the whole idea of running it with a combo of sword and shield along with that is to basically cover ground very quickly with the leaping strike, and then essentially stun somebody. Which, to be fair, the stun on a shield bash is not a stun; it's a sleep. To be honest, if we're going to be technical about it, which basically leaves you in a state where you can't do shit; you just die. And so there's no counterplay to it whatsoever. And so the thing that annoys me is the fact that this has been introduced with no counterplay. And so my concern is that that there's a lack of underlying philosophy of, if you're going to introduce a mechanic or introduce something cool, you should also introduce a counterplay to that is balanced. And it seems to be lacking. I don't know how you feel about this, Ace, but like, I feel like it's lacking somewhat.
Yes. Yes. There, simply put, needs to be a way to counter it. That's 100. Everything should have play and counterplay. So
Yeah.
yeah, just prepping something in the background here.
Ah,
We're
right. Okay.
about to do our shuffle.
Ah, yes. Okay. So yes, that was the overriding kind of, like, change that was sticking out like a sore thumb in the PTR update number 3, right? Some of the other kind of like additional sort of things that was in there was that they've fixed the attribute stacking bug that was being abused by a bunch of people, so that's great. Um, there was also a bug relating to stamina regen delay that was basically being basically the regen delay was being increased after you exit a dodge, and so it was extending the delay of that summon regen. I do believe that there was also a bug relating to light equip dodge, like dodge length, or dodge sort of like distance covered, that they fixed as well. So that's great, because one of the things that I think is missing in some of the in a lot of the sort of like fighting, when it comes to just in terms of general kind of fighting, it is like um the the rapid and sort of like uh ferocity of like fighting. Like, I feel like there is there's a degree of weight, yes, that's attached to, fighting in medium or heavy armor kind of thing, but, like, I do kind of feel like there definitely needs to be more sort of like like almost feral levels of speed in terms of like fighting like combat and stuff like that in the game. Mainly because it's captivating when you watch it, and it's amazing. It's amazing. It's has an amazing feel when you're able to pull it off, right? So, and those are two things that will like bring people to watching the game and bring people to playing the game, because if it's exciting and it's engaging and it's enthralling, from a player's perspective and from a viewer's perspective, then that can only be good for your game. Unless doing that is, causes it to be horrendously broken in so many different ways. But like, you know, it's a case of like iterate and iterate and iterate, and you'll get it into a decent place. But yeah, I think more engaging gameplay by having gameplay be sort of like faster and more sort of more dynamic, is better than having slow monotonous gameplay that like is kind of dull and boring. But that's just me. That's just me. Anyway, yeah, that's pretty much everything that's kind of like happened in New World as such. We can go into Lost Ark, but most of that has been kind of like, we did most of that in the previous VOD.
Yes, we're gonna
Yeah.
do we're gonna do just kind of the spotlights on the
Mhm.
major patch tomorrow. We covered almost all of this last week because we read something wrong that it was coming out last. We thought it was coming out last week. It's actually coming out tomorrow. Um,
Yep.
so let's bump over to Lost Ark, and we're now in the category for Lost Ark. So, um,
Nice.
So one of the biggest thing coming into Lost Ark in the new patch is the Voltan Legion raid. This is a 8-person dungeon, I believe. It's either 8 or 16. Sorry. Um, I am fortunately am not quite ready to play it because it is insane. Um, you need a very very high gear score to actually play it. Um, Players will need an item level of 1415. So 1415 is a very high gear score with a in order to get to there is a lot of very low percent chance rolls that you are putting into that process. Um,
Yeah, you've been suffering at that, like looking at the percentages that they say and the percentages that you're getting, and you're like there going
yeah,
scratching your head, kind of going, this doesn't add up.
yeah. I thought 50% was rough. I had one today that I had to roll 9 times. That was 15%. So, um,
I mean, nine
yeah,
times for 15% might be,
felt like that was
getting on
actually
the
a little
edge
bit
of
more
being.
reasonable. Like,
Yeah, that's actually within the realms of
um,
possibility, but like you've had some high percentage roll chances that you've had to roll, you know,
um,
tens of times, right? Like that's just ridiculous.
yes. So I learned something interesting, and this comes into play because we're also going to talk about the destroyer class, which is being added tomorrow. Um, it's another warrior class, so make sure to go check it out. It is actually a lot of fun. Um, you know, um, at least so I've been
Yeah.
told by reputable sources, including the one and only Greg Henniger, who's had the chance to play it. Um, so one of the downsides is that I think people got used to the when the Glavier came out that a power pass came out with it. There will be no power pass for the destroyer.
Yeah.
So pull it out of your mind that you're getting that. Now, some of you guys are like, it's okay, I'll knowledge transfer. I learned something very interesting about knowledge transfer. You can't just do it to every character. So the way that it's set up is that you basically, for every time that you play through the story, you can power pass a character. So
Hmm.
play through uh, play through your once, and then you'll be able to knowledge transfer one character through Norn. So you know you got to plan that out ahead of time. I'd put myself in a really awkward position last night when I transferred my berserker through Roendel, like which it was fine. Like I needed to do it anyways, but now I'm realizing that my new character, which is going to be the destroyer, because I officially melted um, my gun lancer because I can't stand playing that class. God help anybody who can. Um,
You need to be a special kind of individual to enjoy the gun lancer, and
yeah,
I'm sure there's those people out there that are, but
it ain't me.
um, yeah, it ain't me either.
Yeah. Uh, so and it's the funny thing is it wasn't even worth keeping it around as a class because I don't even do the dailies on it. It irks me that much. Um,
Yeah, yeah.
so all great, but now I realize that okay, now I actually need to power. Now I need to actually like run the storyline on most of my on all of the new character if I want to use it again. Um, I have another character, and the reason I learned this is that I was about to power pass a character through um, the end game into can't ever pronounce it right, Panunka, like um, the last tropical island place before South Vern. So that's not something on the knowledge transfer tree yet, but yeah, I like I like it.
Hmm.
I like the way that they're like, okay, hey, like we'll give you something for doing something, but at the same time, like I've already done it once. In fact, some of the areas I've done several times. Throw me a freaking bone, and don't make me go through this more times than I need to. Especially now that I've figured out how to make freaking money in game. Like I I went
Well done on
from
that one.
like constantly sitting there going, I don't understand how people have gold to the other day before I power passed and started going crazy with research. I had 14,000 gold. Like, and I was sitting there and I was like, this is how this is done. And I have moved
You
my
basically
characters faster through the leveling process by just doing things the right way.
so
Uh,
what you're telling me is you're now kind of like Scrooge McDuck, just like
yeah, yeah,
fucking diving off that dive board
mhm,
into a fucking into basically a pool of gold coins.
mhm. And I mean,
Nice.
here's the reality. Like, 14,000 gold sounds like a lot, but if you wanted to knowledge transfer a character all the way up, it's going to cost you in the ballpark of 8 hours per. And
Hmm.
I have a screenshot of this in my notes here. Um, it's going to cost
Your
you
notes.
8
Okay.
hours per attempt or per thing. Um, the first one costs you 600 gold, saves you 12
Hmm.
hours. The second one
Okay.
costs you just shy of or just over 1,000 gold, um, and saves you about 3 hours. Um, the third one
All
costs
right.
you about 1,300 gold, um,
Hmm.
and only costs you or and only saves you about 2.5 hours. That's Yorn. Um, then the Phaeton Power Pass uh, only saves you about maybe 2 hours if you don't get distracted, and uh, costs you about 1,700 gold. And Punika, if you decide that you want to do that, costs you over 2,000 gold to skip ahead and knowledge transfer through, and saves you 6 hours.
See, that's a bit better.
Yeah,
Like,
that one at least makes
yeah,
sense for the gold. So like, there's
yeah,
times when I'm like, oh, I just want to make progress. Like, I just want to keep moving forward.
yeah,
And
yeah. Makes sense.
yeah, some of them are, some of them are worth it. Some of them are not worth it at all. Um, but yeah,
Uh,
um,
but the thing is, I'm hearing that there is, essentially a heavy requirement in order to, get these kind of like these sort of somewhat sort of shortcuts, but requires a significant amount of gold. Um, and it seems as though maybe people are, you know, doing dumb things to try and get gold.
yes. Um,
You see how I segued into that?
yes. So
I thought it was
this
quite
is a
good.
little bit of a problem, and there are two stories actually. Um,
Oh, two
the
story.
the
Okay, yeah. All right.
first is that and they have confirmed that this is not against the rules. However, I think this was a moderator that didn't understand what was actually happening. The individual was
Okay.
accused of RMT, but it's not, what he's doing is not RMT. Basically, what they were doing is they were offering people uh, for gold their service to carry them through certain things in game, which is not against the rules. It has been actively something that Rox has said is allowed. Because that's inevitable in any MMO. There is always going to be somebody who goes and power carries you through at some point in time, whether you intended for them to
Yeah.
or not. Like a perfect example of this is when we early in the early game in New World, McLeod and I would often, when a new player was finally hitting Amarin Dungeon, uh, or Amarin Temple, we would go play it with them as level 60s and just curb stomp NPCs in there. You know,
Yeah.
and if we were offering gold to power carry people through it, uh, that would not have been bad there either. It's when things get bad is when it's, if you pay me $5, I'll carry you.
Yeah.
That's gonna get
If
quoted
you
out of context.
it is R it basically it is RMT if you offer your services for out of game currency as such, or
Yes.
out of game kind of currency. So like, if I were to offer to carry somebody through a dungeon for a certain amount of money sent to a PayPal account, then that would be RMT and I would be banned, and it would be, a legitimate ban, and I could, I could claim this, that, and the other, and shout in the subreddit and all that kind of thing. But in all honesty, at that particular point, I'd have broken the terms of service and the ULA, and rightfully banned in that regard. But thankfully, I'm not one of those people who is tempted by those sorts of things in any way, shape, or form. So you know,
Yes. Now the second story, and this is where, like, I'm gonna bring up something from Star Citizen ahead of time. In Star
mhm.
Citizen, after you spend a certain amount of money, you're treated differently by the development staff. Uh, there is a white glove service uh, referred to as concierge. They are
Oh yes,
special.
yes.
They are a special moderation and kind of customer care team that you get access to after you spend $1,000 in Star Citizen. Now, the reason that I'm bringing this up is that I believe that Lost Ark needs something like this. Um, an individual who has been confirmed to have spent several $1,000s in game, like a real life whale, confirmed. They have thrown down. They have enjoyed the game to the max. In if enjoyment was credit card swipes, they have the receipts to back it up. Um, you know,
Nice.
they have never done anything reportedly wrong. They don't run any advanced software. They do run a piece of software that rebinds their mouse to the arrow keys so that they can use two hands on the keyboard. And I believe it's an accessibility thing, not a
or
not that they
or
don't
or,
like
re,
using a mouse.
or rebinds the G key to any other key because the G key on their keyboard has basically worn out at this particular point in
Yes,
in time, and they can't actually use it, so they need to rebind it to something else.
yes. If macros were allowed, I would totally just bind one of the keys on my mouse to just repeat G. Just one click and it just repeats G for for 5-10 seconds so that like I don't have to click it multiple times. That would save so much time, like,
Uh,
and probably hardware in the long run. But
you
anyways,
do
this
realize
individual who has never
I
participated in
just
anything, this
I just
individual
want
was
to
banned
okay,
for RMT.
yes, okay,
However, they have and here's the thing, like if this, like you can see on their account that they've thrown money into the game to buy royal crystals and convert the royal crystals to gold. And it's like, that's not RMT. Like,
no.
I mean, it is, but it's, the
It's the wrong way
in-game,
round.
like,
It's it's
yeah,
it's the direction that the developers are fine with.
yeah,
The direction of RMT that
when you pay
developers
the
aren't fine.
developers for a thing and then do a service that they allow you to do, that's not RMT. It's a whole different story when it's like, I'm going to charge somebody else, like if I were to transfer 10,000
Well,
gold to McLeod and go, I want, $50, or whatever it's
yeah.
going
Then
for,
red flags
then
fucking
yeah,
come
like
up.
that's not good, you
Yeah,
know,
exactly.
but
So
that's
so
not, so
technically,
yeah,
from a technical standpoint, RMT is converting real money or game money into real money and game money.
yes,
Converting one to the other in some way. The thing is, when people utilize the term RMT in a negative way, they typically mean when people convert in-game money
yeah,
to real money through kind of like nefarious ways
yes,
or underhanded ways.
yes. Through the official way, you can swipe your credit card, get all of the whatchamacallits.
All of the materials for advancement,
Yeah,
essentially.
you can do that. Um, and this individual has the receipts to prove that they did that, and they clearly did not have a problem with how much it cost them. And they were banned. And in my opinion, if somebody is able to showcase publicly, like, hey, listen, this is the receipts. Like, clearly, I'm spending money on the game through the game services, through all of this other stuff. Like, I'm not doing this in any kind of nefarious way. If anything, he went out of his way not to, because the RMT problem and botting problem in New World is extensive. So the fact that he actively chose to do that and showcase that he was, innocent, was very interesting to see. And like, I still have yet to see a response on his case. I'm hoping that he gets back in because, for and this is the reality when it comes to free to play games. For every one of him,
There's probably a
tons of other
thousand.
people can go full free to play. If your
Yeah,
passion is to just get the most out of the game without ever dropping a dime, great, good on you. But don't give shit to the guy who's giving him $1,000 or giving him 10,000 bucks.
exactly.
If they want to
Exactly.
do it, they're paying for the development so that you can enjoy it. Because
Exactly.
if you are not paying, you effectively are, like you're just not assisting the development process any further. So somebody else has to make up that difference. Um, and that's why those kind of systems exist. And there are going to be people who complain about that. There are going to be people who are upset about that. And you know, more power to you. I very much, like, I've gotten a lot of use out of my time. Like, I've put in money on a couple of occasions to get skins. I also had the founders packs, so like, I'm very happy with those. Um, and I think that again, it comes down to for those of us that can afford to pay and want to. Those are the key two factors. Um, we should be enabled to an extent, because I'm going to get quoted out of context and people are going to clip that and be like, he's for pay to win. No, like hard no. I'm not for pay to win. What I am for is monetization of the game that assist players that would like to spend more money in the game to spend more money in the game without giving them an advantage on other players.
Yeah.
So, you know,
Interestingly enough, there's a YouTuber who did a kind of a really interesting kind of really interesting sort of take on the whole like pay to win kind of side of things, right? Obviously, you probably have heard of him, guy called Just Drive Hayes. He did he's done a lot of sort of like clickbaity kind of stuff, like as of late, to some degree. But there was a lot of videos that he did prior to sort of becoming more of a well-known kind of YouTuber, where he was talking about sort of uh, like pay to win, and what that is, and the realities of whales in games. And to be completely honest, if and there's a lot of what he says that rings true. When you actually sort of when you actually you know cut through all of the bullshit that people kind of say, and like the stuff that people kind of meme about online and that kind of thing. And the thing is, if you are if you boast about getting the maximum amount of enjoyment, or the maximum amount of gameplay out of a free to play game without paying anything, fair enough. But like, you have to understand that the people who make that content for you to enjoy, are doing that as a job, and as a means to actually, get paid, and be able to live and be able to eat and be able to support their family and that kind of thing. And so if you're happy about basically giving them the middle finger, and basically say, I'm not giving you a penny, but I'm going to enjoy all the stuff that you make, um for free, then the least that you can do is get off the fucking back of the people who do fucking give them money
mhm,
for what they produce and what they create.
mhm.
That's essentially the gist of one of the best Josh Strife Hayes kind of videos that he's made on his channel.
Yes.
Yeah,
Occasionally, he's got some really good stuff.
yeah,
He's had several
some really
takes that
really good
I have
stuff.
not liked, but
No, that's
you know,
true. That's true. But like, he
he's
has
he's
his
a very good
views.
content. He's a very good content creator and highly respected in the MMO community for good reason that he's highly respected. I have disagreed with many of the points that he's made, but I think that he is again quality content creator. So,
hmm Anyway, yeah, I just wanted to note that. There are
so
a
yeah,
couple of things actually, additional other things that I wanted to say before we get started real quickly. When you were talking about, like, well, we were memeing about about the G key, right? Like, just like smacking the shit out of the G key to get through certain things. There are obviously sort of like developers at Smilegate who have put time and effort into the story driven, and like the narrative side of things, and I'm sure they probably they
I applaud their
a little
effort,
bit
but
of.
I also request that they add a skip all or skip until I'm done talking to this person button.
I just
Like,
I think a little bit of them dies inside each time somebody hits G to just like skip through this shit. Like,
here's the thing. Here's the thing. The first time, the story is pretty novel. Like, it's cool.
yeah.
The second time, less or so. The third time, even more or less so. The fourth time, if you're not spamming the G key, you're probably doing it wrong. when you have 8
Either that or
alts,
you
when
have.
you have 8 goddamn alts, you are done with the story. You've heard it enough times. You're no, not again, not anymore. I don't care.
It's like I don't have dementia. I know what happens in this. I don't need to go through it again. Just like let's skip through this.
I was here 3 hours ago on another alt. Just stop. Oh,
Uh,
yeah,
and
yeah.
so what are the other things when you were talking about like
Oh,
the receipts and all that kind of stuff and throwing money at the game and all that? One of the kind of stories and like what sometimes people kind of refer to as like flights of fancy from players. I heard a flight of fancy that you probably have heard of as well, Ace, from Eve Online, right? Regarding a certain extremely rich Russian oligarch who I believe was a who was either the son of or was in somehow invested in aluminum or aluminium, as we in the UK pronounce it. Um, Essentially, this guy enjoyed Eve Online and decided that he was going to throw a lot of money at it. Right? He threw a lot of money into it in a way that he thought was going to be beneficial to him or most efficient. And so he did it in the underhanded, nefarious way and got banned for it. Um, and got rather upset because I think he probably tried to put a lot of money into the hands of some people, and ended up basically getting a whole bunch of stuff banned and a lot of characters banned, kind of thing. He apparently, right, got in touch with his country's um uh what
embassy.
is it? Embassy in embassy in Iceland to basically pressure CCP to unban his accounts. And CCP basically told him to get fucked, essentially. And apparently, even after that, like they had various different things, and so he literally flew to Iceland and went to CCP's headquarters and basically tried to purchase the CCP Hilmar's company off him, and Hilmar basically told him where to go. Essentially, he essentially was like, "You don't elicit RMT. If you want to actually put money into the game, then do it through the legitimate proper channels. And no, I'm not going to unban your accounts, but you can carry on. You can make new characters up and do it the legit way, and that's fine. But that was considered a myth, right? That was considered just this flight of fancy that some person had at some point. That it was embellished and all that kind of jazz. It was very recent that there was actually an article where essentially Hilmar confirmed all of that. So, when it comes to people using illicit means and throwing money at games, you better believe that there are some people out there that will throw a fuck ton of money at games, and sometimes they will have the audacity to throw their weight around in that regard. And you,
Mm-hmm.
as a developer and as as a person, you have to be very forthright and very strong in terms of your response and in terms of your like resolve in standing your ground when it comes to this stuff. It's nuts.
Mm-hmm.
The guy literally, fucking opened his checkbook and said, "How much for your fucking company?" At CCP's CEO.
What's funny is Hilmar later sold to Pearl Abyss for
Yeah, yeah.
and then later on
20
missed his
something.
bonus. Cough. Um,
Oh
didn't
well,
even
you
try on
you
that one. Uh, sorry, had to swipes
pay
had to be made. Uh,
you pay your money,
speaking
you take your chances in that regard, yeah.
speaking
But
of
yeah.
games that we can throw a lot of money down on, uh, and I feel like we should have the spiffing Brit here to throw the top hat and monocle on here, because we're gonna talk about Star Citizen. There
Hmm.
is an event that is going to happen next week. The Invictus Fleet Week event. I know I'm skipping ahead on here, but I'm going to come back to
No,
that in a
no,
minute.
that's fine. That's fine.
Um, the Fleet Week event is going to start this coming week. It is going to last from the 20th to the sorry, through the
31st.
31st. Sorry. Yes.
Yes.
Uh, and on various days, you're going to be able to go and test drive different ships. If you rent them throughout, you'll be able to free fly them for zero cost. I don't know if it's a free fly for players who don't at least have. I don't think it's a free fly
I
event for.
No, I think it is. I think it is. I think
Is it?
it's a free fly event for everybody. Yeah. So if you haven't bought into like a you know persistent universe starters an account, like I think it's free for you to download and try out various different things and try it at
Yes.
different ships.
So if now
Yeah.
two things. One, uh, this is probably one of the best times to try Star Citizen. Simply put, it is easily like the game is becoming substantially more popular right now because it is becoming much more playable. Keeping in mind it is in alpha, it is in active development, you will experience bugs. You are not
Yes.
buying a finished product, you are pledging towards a development of the product.
Yeah.
And the eventual, you will have access to the game when it comes out too.
Yeah.
So that is very, very, very important to note.
Mm-hmm.
I'm I'm taking this long intentionally because I'm looking for a code. If you have
Ah,
not
right.
had the
Yes.
opportunity to play yet, and you do not have an account, in the bottom corner is a code that you can use to start you out with more in-game cash. It helps you out just by putting in that code. It's a referral code. It gets me some cosmetic type stuff. Like if a certain number of people use it, realistically, I'm only putting it up. Use anybody's. I don't care if you use
I'm
ours, you can use anybody's, but it's there. Use it so that you start out with a little bit more extra cash. Um,
Yeah, and as somebody who's come into the game who hasn't spent a ton of money in terms of like in order to have the nicest most overpowered ships right from the get go kind of thing, um, having that extra money like as you start, it is actually really useful because there's definitely bugs in the game, and there are scenarios where if you're kind of like trying to make money in order to afford that new ship in game, in order to progress and make money a lot better, you know, if you have those scenarios where you've purchased certain things in order to make that make that jump quicker, and you encounter a bug that causes either you to your ship to blow up or you to die, or some scenario where you actually lose that money in some way shape or form, having more, it just basically buffers you from that scenario from fucking you over, right? So ideally, you know, use a referral code from whoever you can get a referral code from, whether it's us, whether it's somebody else, whether it's Board Gamer, whether it's who else, like
yes.
content
Use
creators, like
somebody's. Help yourself out. It's gonna help
yeah,
them moderately, but like again,
ideally the
the a lot of the lower level stuff is just token rewards. It's nothing huge. If we do
yeah,
manage to get a ton, like I think you need like 5,000 recruits, uh,
yeah,
and you
it's a
unlock
lot,
like a
like for us,
javelin. But like we're not any like I have five,
yeah,
five. I can count them on one hand. Five. Like
yeah.
so.
But in all honesty,
Yeah.
like use referral codes or whichever referral code you get your hands on, because like that initial starting money, that initial starting seed money in the game is gold dust when it comes down to when it comes down to starting the game, or when it comes to them having a wipe for the persistent universe, which sometimes happens. It's becoming a lot more rare now. but like sometimes happens because they need to they need to overhaul like some database, or they need to overhaul something regarding the database. And obviously, when the game actually launches, there'll be a persistence wipe there as well. And when you start the actual game fully and properly, that is also the seed capital, the seed money that you get to help you out when when the game goes live, essentially. So you know, having extra having extra in-game currency is is definitely worthwhile. So
Absolutely.
yeah.
Absolutely. So
Anyway, we should probably get into should we get into what fleet the
so
Invictus thing is,
some
or do
some
we
of the things
go?
that you can do during Fleet Week is
Yes.
every day there's going to be, or every couple of days they're going to change out the exhibit hall on Orison, which is one of the planets that's designed around a gas giant. It's very much the city in the sky or city in the clouds type feel. You use a little hover shuttle to get from place to place, or from
Yeah.
kind of landing pads to landing
Think
pads.
think
Um,
think think Bespin in like in Star Wars, that kind of thing.
yes, yes, very much so. Additionally, you're going to be able to tour an Aegis Javelin destroyer, which is one of the largest ships in the game. We're hoping to see a little bit more of it this time than we saw last time. Um,
Hmm.
Additionally, you'll be able to see an in-flight RSI Bengal carrier. This carrier is also something that I'm going to take a short tangent away to showcase a clip of, because Star Citizen managed to make the front page of Reddit,
Oh yeah,
which
yeah.
is
That
not
this
something that we've heard
and
of
it,
anytime
and
recently.
yeah, and it wasn't for controversial reasons either. It was literally for reasons of, oh my god, this looks fucking crazy cool. What game is it?
Yes. So, with 53,000 upvotes, putting it
I
in a
also
massively upvoted.
I I also love the Han Solo reference as well.
Yes.
Don't
So
get cocky,
let's.
kid.
Do we have a? There we go.
Hmm.
Sorry, I'm going to turn the sound on here too. Oh, this is just not wanting to cooperate at all with me. And apologies. I'm completely botching the experience here.
So good.
So we're going to turn that on. Got to at least go to HD.
Oh yeah, dude.
Watch it once more here.
On va faire du Razmod de Bengale, qui n'a jamais
Yeah,
rêvé de ça.
keep an eye
Avec
on
ses
the underside of it. There's like a
All right.
On va faire du Razmod de Bengale, qui n'a jamais.
So I had to showcase that because it's not often that Star Citizen makes the front page of Reddit. Not often that it makes it there for a good reason. But having that happen immediately prior to a Fleet Week event where you're going to be able to try for free all of the ships, that's a really good opportunity. Like
yeah.
that's a pretty solid sales pitch of like, hey, remember this game you wrote off a while ago? It's way better than you thought it was. And it's way further along than you thought it was. It's still got a
Hmm.
ways to go, but now might be the time. So I think we're probably
Yeah,
going to see just a colossal number of people coming in for this. Um,
we may
and
well do.
and I think rightfully so. Like, really, the game does deserve some attention at this point. Um, if you're looking to, again, crowd fund the development, um, and
And I think it's probably a good kind of point to sort of segue into the letter from the chairman, right? Because, like,
yes,
in a very kind of literal sense, like the game that was initially pitched, way back in the day, has expanded and progressed quite significantly to the point where, you know, um, it's much larger, um, much larger a game than what it was initially, initially planned to be.
yes. So, letter from the chairman. This one, so I was incredibly impressed with this because it answers the question that I feel like we need more often, or like we've been asking for in when is server meshing coming? When are we going to see the persistent universe? When what are the next steps? Lay out the expectations for us. Like, there's so many that, like, so much was up in the air, and this hit everything in one go. And I think it was entirely needed. I think it was very well timed, and I think it explains why things are the way they are, why certain things aren't being worked on until after this is a thing, and why things are taking as long as they are. Because this is not an easy process to figure out. Um,
Yeah.
and yeah, so it starts out talking a little bit about COVID. Obviously, there's a dramatic impact when it comes to like collaborative type projects, gaming specifically. This has had a huge challenge on how to work together. They talk about how the studio is going to grow. They're going to have a flexible working arrangement with their staff, where some of them might go to a hybrid. Some of them, depending on position, may need to go back to a full time in the office. But it's going to be job dependent. So like if somebody's just a nose to the grindstone type position, you know, they're not necessarily going to need to be in the office for collaborative meetings all the time. They might just need to burn and run code, by themselves, which is fine. And
Yeah.
they talked about a little bit of that stuff, which like I think most of us don't really care. Like that's more of like an internal type things. They talked about 2021, that it was a challenging year, but they also accomplished a lot. They got Xeno Threat came out, docking with the Invictus tour, Orison came out, the community growth and daily active user account increasing by more than 50%, which is massive.
Which is pretty damn good. Yeah. Like
Yeah.
they didn't specifically talk about concurrent users as such, but like I think concurrent users is always like one of those statistics that like a lot of MMOs keep close to their chest if they can. Obviously, if you're a company that's sort of running your game through Steam, your sort of concurrent users, or peak concurrent user sort of data is like out there in the open, right? So you can't really,
Yes.
you can't really, you just have to deal with that scenario, that situation, that with that the information being out there. But like, did you play much Xenothreat, A's?
A little bit. A little bit.
Played a
It
little bit
was
because like it was really the moment where like people kind of felt like, oh, this is not just two pilots dueling, or maybe like a three pilot kind of, or three or four pilot like encounter with like fighters and stuff. Like this was like a full on fucking brawl fest with
yeah.
like
Oh, hey, the
with
server's all
fucking
here.
retaliators.
Yeah.
Yeah, with like fucking retaliators firing off like like size 9 fucking torpedoes into capital ships. dozens of light fighters swarming around, various different things, like just chewing away at larger ships, fucking hammerheads, like doing fucking drive-by fucking passes and this, that, and the other, and just like mowing down like light fighters and stuff. Like, it was nuts. It's kind of like the closest thing that I've seen to sort of like, those sorts of uh like like I kind of I want to explain it in a sort of like, it's sort of like that kind of cross between the sort of like the the coolness factor of like a Star Wars like fight scene, like Star Wars like sort of space fight scene, as well as like the crazy kind of like intenseness of like watching like the sort of like the remake of Battlestar Galactica and their fight scenes, like their sort of like space fight scenes and stuff. It's nuts.
Absolutely.
And like it that event like just turbocharged people in terms of like going, oh, this it's like it's happening, guys. Like, the game that we wanted is happening.
Yes. So they also talked about a couple of other things. They talked about the shift for the studio to focus on Squadron 42 development and getting Squadron 42 out the door. Um, Simply put,
Yeah.
once they release Squadron 42, the idea is that the sales from Squadron 42 will enable them to continue growing, which their plans to grow anyways. But they're going to continue to grow, and then they can dump even more resources into the persistent universe, having the one game out so that people can get an idea of, oh hey, like Squadron 42 was really cool. It was a really great flight sim. But what's this other aspect of this? Like, what's the MMO side? Um, and I think that that's really gonna help sell it. And that of course has had many big names that are not just voice actors, but like they've meshed their faces and that onto characters, including
Yeah.
people like
I think that
Mark Hamill is in it, and
Yeah,
several others.
there's a fair amount of like people from fair amount of well-known sort of actors from Hollywood and various different places that like, you'll definitely recognize.
Oh,
Um the way that the way that it seems as though CRG seems to want to pitch Squadron 42 is almost like an interactive machinima of Star Citizen, just almost in the kind of like way of like, this is the game, but like this isn't the entirety of the game. You can go and have this kind of adventure, and make your own, like, out there in the verse. Maybe not as, maybe not as like dramatically acted and all that kind of stuff, but like essentially the idea is that you know these sorts of these sorts of like things can potentially play out in the sort of the persistent universe, right? In the sandbox kind of universe, in a manner of speaking. And
yes,
so I think that's kind of like that's the ultimate sort of pitch for the persistent universe for Star Citizen, as an MMO. It's basically like, if you enjoyed Squadron 42, you can kind of make your own version of that out in the persistent universe.
yes. If you enjoyed this vision, just wait. We got more to show you.
Yeah.
So they talked also continuing on here. They talked 2022 growth. They estimate that it may break the 500 million, and and push them over the 4 million accounts, um,
Not
which
bad.
is pretty impressive. Like, one, that they've been able to raise that much money, but two, that 4 million accounts, uh like that's impressive to have in itself. Like that's a lot of accounts, like or that's not well,
It
that's a
is.
surprisingly large number, but also a very small number. So like, to put this in perspective, New World almost broke 1 million concurrent users. That means there was 1 million people online at one time. So their player base is obviously much larger than that. I'm talking about release, obviously. You know, uh, and if you consider that they have 4 million accounts, their daily active users are going to be significantly less than that. But that's still much smaller, like much smaller than something like New World has, in terms of like how many people they've brought in.
Yeah.
In order to hit 1 million concurrent users, not everyone is playing. So, let's say on launch day, you might get 10% of the people because you got people that have work, the people that, like you're probably not catching them all. You might even only have like 5%. Like, because some people
You
just
have
aren't going to
people who
play
are
on the
doing other
first day.
things.
You know,
Yeah, exactly. But you also have like, the scenario and the situation of like time zones as well.
yeah,
Like so,
yeah.
from
So I mean,
a
you're going to have millions upon millions of people that logged in for a couple of hours and then logged out. Or logged in, sat in queue, and were like, "Yeah, no, I'm done." And they came back later. Which again, 4 million accounts signals that they have not oversaturated the market,
no,
despite
not
the
at all.
despite
Like
the time frame that this game has been out-ish in development, where like it's this active development phase where it's very much an alpha, but here's a playable version. Occasionally the
yeah.
the playable has some finger quotes around it. Um, but
Been experiencing
again,
that.
it was interesting to see that is both a large number and also a very small number, and it'd be interesting to watch that number grow. So they
Yeah.
also talked
But
about the game vision continuing to expand and be more immersive.
yeah, and
And
this was pretty much like kind of like why I wanted to sort of segue into this from what we were talking about previously, because like, it may be a good like combat simulator, flight simulator, but like, it has progressed in terms of scope and in terms of scale. And that
yes,
scope and that scale does require a lot of investment and a lot of time to sort of like to realize.
I was watching a video the other day, and a guy was complaining that it takes too long to get into my ship. I wake up in this basically apartment. I walk outside, I take an elevator down, I then walk through, I wait for a train, and then I take the train to the port, and then I get off the train, I walk upstairs, and then I've got to request it, and then I've got to take another elevator to go, and it's like you're missing the point. Like
It's
if
a
if your
universe
complaint is, oh, I just want to do the spaceship part, like you're missing the point. The point is that
and
it's a universe simulation, not just a space simulation.
yeah, because the thing is like from a if your only real kind of desire when you turn the game on is I want to jump into sort of like some some good space combat, like there are modes now, and there's going to be obviously be modes when the game releases that will cater to that, and it's and you can go and do that like straight away. You don't need to do the whole like getting out your apartment, using, mass transit to get to certain places, calling a particular ship, and then getting in that ship and all that kind of stuff. Like that is the universe simulator side of thing that you're plugging into. If all you want to do is do some arcade style space combat, like you can do that on a different game mode that's available in the game right now. Like there's the reason why it's called Area Commander, or Area, is it Area Commander? I think that's the one.
Arena Commander.
Arena Commander. Like that's basically, you get thrown into a ship, and like, you go and fight and shoot a bunch of things until, in waves essentially. And so, if that's what you want, go do that. But if you're jumping into the persistent universe and saying like, oh, I have to do a whole bunch of things before I even like get the opportunity to get into my ship, it's probably because you've made the wrong choice there, like for what you want at that particular time. So
Yes. And
but
yeah,
that's also because, like, Star Citizen has expanded in terms of scope and scale, because like they're not just, the what, as it says in the chairman's letter, right? The game being built today is a game that encompasses many. It's a dogfighting space sim. It's a first-person shooter. It's a trading game. It's a resource collecting game. It's a resource management game. It's an adventure game. It's a survival game. And it's a social game. Like, it's basically a universe simulator. And
yes,
anybody who kind of looks at it, and appreciates like how much stuff is going to be available there, like it may not be as interconnected as it needs to be for all those game loops to be like to be realized and to be sort of like worthwhile doing, but it will eventually end up getting interconnected to everything, and that's when like the very interesting kind of stuff starts to happen.
yes. Um,
To do this
yeah,
right, like as it says, to do this right at the scale that will allow millions of people to play together takes time and money. um and with your as he kind of carries on, and with your support and patience, we're able to build a game that I do not think any other publisher could afford to do, or would be crazy enough to commit to. And understandably, yeah, that is true, because he knows that a lot of publishers basically just want something to be out at some point, and rather than a developer basically go to a publisher, it'll be ready when it's ready, because publishers don't like that.
mhm. They want their money back. You know, they
Yeah.
they they invest money in the upfront, because how game development works is an upfront cost, and then you pick a day that's going to be launch day, and you make all of your money on launch day and beyond. So
Yeah.
everything prior to, like, all of those pre-orders are holds. They're not like guaranteed money. You know,
No.
like, you can cancel the pre-order at any time. They have to give you the money back. Now, Star Citizen acts a little bit differently on that one. So, like, behave with your
Hmm.
money in Star Citizen. Um, you be warned, you're pledging that you are giving that money. You are not pre-ordering. Although an aspect of it is the game package, um, but it is a game package that is consumed on using it for the active development of the game, in the
Yeah.
active development of the game. So
Yeah.
keep that in
So
mind.
so where are we going to go from here in terms of the patch notes? Because we've kind of
Yes.
jumped around a little bit.
So let's talk about the road to 4.0. So
Ah,
right
yes.
now we're in
Yes.
3.17, and 3.171 is currently in patches. I just saw this a minute ago. 3.171 is currently on the PTU, um, as it literally just updated during the show. Um,
Hmm.
3.0 was published in 2017 and was arguably one of the bigger patches, the biggest kind of like up to date, like, hey, we've really advanced the games. And when you have a full point release, that's kind of a big deal. Like, you're changing the version. From 2 to 3, there was a lot more gameplay added, which is really important to note. uh 4.0 is aiming for release to the public test universe, not the there's the PTU, and then there's the persistent universe. The persistent
Hmm.
universe is the kind of live version of the game. Generally, it's held to a higher standard than the PTU. People go into the PTU assuming that there are going to be a lot more bugs, because it is the, like, current build that they're actively testing to ensure that they can peel the bugs out of for release onto the normal client.
Yeah.
When 3.17.1 releases later this week, uh, we will have, or it'll release, sorry, next week, at the start of Invictus.
Yeah.
Um,
And then
so
after that is going to be 318. Right?
yes,
So
and after that is going to be 318. 318 is being delayed until about quarter 4 or quarter 3. Sorry. and will go on to the test. It will go on to the PTU for several months. And I know
And there's a reason
people
for that.
are a little bit up. Like people up front are going to be pissed about this because we've been looking forward to, uh, you know, the physicalized cargo and all of that, but they they gave a good explanation on why this is such a pain in the ass. Um, when you have an inventory on a character, let's use New World as an allegory for this. Transferring a character from one server to another or from one node to another is relatively easy if everything is in an inventory.
Yeah.
It's assigned to your character. It's it's specifically put in there. At some point in time, there was a physical transfer that put it into that item list, and much of it is just invisible, and you don't have to render it because it's just in a bag. Well, Star Citizen's a bit different, um, especially when it comes to physicalized cargo coming up. You're going to be just dropping crates and putting them places. You're not like actually placing them in an inventory. So like if I just drop my gun, there was never an action that made it associated to the planet. There was never an action that made it associated to the ship. If we're landed on a planet and I'm inside a ship, does it associate to the planet? Does it associate to the ship? Does it like what inventory is it actually in? It's not. It's really just there. So understanding how persistence and that works is they want items to persist. When you store a ship, everything on that ship should stay exactly where you put it for the next time you claim that ship. Unless it dies. Then it's not the same ship, it's a different ship. And all of the shit that was on your ship is now dead in space.
Yep.
And from there, you also want that wreck to persist. You don't want it to go away, which means you want it you want it to be out there so that you can salvage it, so that you can go get some of that stuff, or the the victor can reap the spoils. And this is fundamentally going to change some things. And they talk a lot about the complexities that are required for persistent entity streaming, and that its necessity for server meshing, that it offers full persistence of items, ships, and players. So if I leave a ship on a planet with a gun in it and my character is there, then if I fell asleep in the cargo bay, when I spawn back in, my ship will have still been there with the weapon on the gun rack and my character sleeping on the floor. That is persistence. The Cloud, you muted.
Unless somebody has come across that particular ship, blown it up,
Yes.
or somehow boarded it and taken all your stuff, and potentially either
Mhm.
moved you out, so you're lying on the sandy kind of
Mhm.
outback kind of sort of reaches of Hurston, for example, and then made off with your ship. Like that's the thing. Like it needs to be like persistence for CIG. It means a lot, and they
Yes.
mean to make sure that like when they say something's going to persist, they really really mean it.
Yes. And it needs to be very, very scalable. Because the analogy that they gave is you crash land on a planet and you set up a campfire. Well, somebody could come along and see your wreck and you sitting there by the campfire, and you know that could be a thing. Months
Hmm.
later, you've been gone for a long time. Your character died of starvation. No one ever came to help. Months later, somebody else can wander upon your wreck and find your dead body next to a campfire that has been burnt out for months. That is persistence.
Oh yeah.
Now, there is a certain element of like you got to be able to clean things up. So,
Yeah.
like imagine if everybody dropped a coffee cup every time they used it and it never got picked up.
It never disappeared.
You would not be able to make it to your ship. There would be too many coffee cups. So this is where like they talked about adding in like AI janitors to give a good idea of like, hey, you can shuffle away some of the debris here. If it starts piling up, like if there's more than a few of them around, then a janitor might come around and start collecting them.
Yeah.
Or if um, a wreck has been out in space for a certain amount of time, you might have an NPC go salvage it.
Yeah.
Um, and
I
we're
don't,
not
I don't
talking
think
we're
that,
not talking short amounts of time here. We're talking like decent chunks of time.
yeah.
Um, so this is, of course, in order to get to server meshing, you need that level of fidelity, that level of um, scalability, because you're also going to up the number of people playing by a substantial amount. You don't
Mm-hmm.
want to be, you don't want to be sitting there with 50 people in an MMO. You want to be sitting there with tens of thousands.
Exactly.
Um, and yeah, so this pushes also for like Gen 12 for the graphics engine replacement. Being multi-threaded and efficient with how they do things, making sure that not everything is trying to run on the main thread. What can we rip away from that? How can we scale the game that the best computer out there, that's running, 124 core monstrosity, can run it great, but the guy who's running a 6 core or a 4 core can still run the game well.
Hey, I'm
You know?
relevant too.
Yes, and it's important to balance those things. So they want to make sure that happens. So going
Mm-hmm.
back to server meshing, the first version that they're going to try and kind of put in is static. Um, so I gotta look this part up specifically. Um,
Okay. I have no idea where you're getting this from, by the way.
so static server meshing. First implementation would be what we call static server meshing, where each server is given a defined area to simulate. But as soon as static server meshing is stable, we'll move towards dynamic server meshing with subsequent releases, which will allow for more scalability, as servers will not be bound by location. So this is something that New World does under the hood, um, and is actually really important to understand, like vital to understand. Um, Instead, it bases what the server needs based on load. So, uh, take like the New World map and think about it in terms of sections. Section it off into the different territories. Because it's nicely cut up that way. Well, what happens if you have 1,500 people in one territory, and the other 500 spread around the other? Say there's 7. I can't remember the exact number. You know, you're going to need a lot more processing power in the one area, and you may need to break that one area into sub areas. If they're all on different planes, substantially far apart that they're never going to kind of run into each other, then you might want to break those individual areas down so that the server can handle it in that micro location. But being able to upscale and downscale the different areas where you might only need one node to cover the geographic location of every other zone and handle those 500 people. and you'll use the other ones to cover the 1500 in much smaller, as you need them, dynamically changing their sizes and shapes, and trading information with each other as people bounce between them. That's where dynamic server meshing comes into play, is being able to make those changes and identify where the server is needed, how it can break apart the game and share and distribute the load across the different nodes while still being able to see everything that's happening. So static being, a geographically isolated specific zone that it'll cover, dynamic being adaptive to what the players are doing. Now, if you put all 50 people on the same grid together,
Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
going to be.
at a certain point, like, the game can only help you so much. Uh, but it's also making
Yeah.
it so that the game performs well when you do that. Because there are going to be times, for instance, like, their vision is reliant on being able to release ships like the Bengal Carrier and the Javelin, where you're going to need, between AI and people, 70 characters to operate that ship. So if it's
And
70 dudes, that's more than one server can handle altogether right now. So it needs to scale to the point where you can put those 70 dudes on a grid with an entire fleet protecting them, because it's not designed to just protect itself, even though it's got a shitload of guns. You need a support fleet and an attacking fleet, which means you need to fit a lot of people.
oh yeah, a lot of people.
So this is really kind of an important factor, and they may localize the grids to the point where, like, one grid for server processing purposes may just be the inside of the ship until you get to the bridge and you're looking outside and you're going, oh, hey, this is what's going on out there. Um, and it kind of becomes this, like, okay, or maybe they give you a facsimile of what's happening outside, but not like 100%, 100% fidelity. Like, that way they can kind of scale it. And I'm sure they'll come up with creative ways to get this to scale to the size they need it to. But you can
I
see how
mean,
this is going to be very, very difficult tech to get to.
so I want to come from an experience when playing the Xenothreat. If any of you out there have watched The Expanse, especially the first maybe 2 or 3 seasons of it, not really the latest kind of seasons, but like more the first 3 seasons as such. Like, there's definitely elements of that kind of in the essentially the first part of Xenothread is kind of a you're essentially doing a salvage mission. You're salvaging derelicts that got attacked and basically got sort of somewhat wrecked, and you're essentially grabbing cargo from that and pulling it back in to resupply a certain sort of staging area as such. One of the coolest kind of things about that is when you are in, like, if you're in sort of experiencing the initial side of this, and you're one of the kind of crews that are actually, pulling the kind of stuff out. Um, there's generally sort of like spawning sort of hostile NPCs that fly around. And the one of the kind of the coolest things is playing the FPS game and neutralizing some of the threats on the actual derelict ships, right? But also hearing the laser fire, but muffled laser fire, like from around the ship, from the NPCs fighting, other players and stuff. It has a serious, like, a serious sort of like expanse kind of vibe to it. I'm not even kidding, guys. I'm not even kidding. Um what is it? Not like the the so the episodes, or the episode and the scenes where they're in the expanse, when they're on the Dollinger, right? The Mars kind of like capital ship. Um like and you're hearing like the sounds of like gunfire and all that kind of stuff. But in obviously the sort of like the main character's sort of perspective, it has that feel to it, and it's amazing. And kind of like one of the things that I hope when it comes to server meshing is that even if they have to have a server mesh for the ship, right? That they at least are able to map the kind of like what's going on and the sort of like the muffled sounds of the combat going on outside of the ship into the ship, because that would be amazing.
Oh, yeah. And for everything that they've done, immersion has always been a huge factor. So I would assume that that's their effort. Because otherwise, like if you're in a giant fleet fight, you should hear stuff around you. Like
Oh yeah.
I know there's an element of there's no sound in space, but like
Dude, there's no
yeah.
there may not be sound in space, but there's definitely energy in space, and energy does move from one location to another in space. And if it hits the hull and vibrates the hull, then the sound is generated by the hull into the ship. So as far as I'm concerned,
Yes. If it hits your shields,
there is sound
you should
interaction.
hear the sound of it hitting the shields, and the power surging to replace the shield. Like that you should hear. Like I totally agree. So they talked about a number of other things as well. So the 2022 testing release and cadence setup. 3.18 is going to require a substantially longer Evocati and PTU testing period. Its testing period will be in the months. So,
Right.
expect to see many variations, many patch notes as they try and implement these first bits of server meshing.
Yeah. And if
as
you're
they hit that,
unaware, if you're unaware as well, like as long as you have like a game package as such, rather than like just participating in the sort of like the free fly events, like as long as you have a game package, as far as I know, there is, before patches actually go to the live server, they do end up on the what is called the open PTU. And that is available to everybody so long as you have a game package. You don't need to have spent X amount of money into the game. You don't need to be considered to be, part of the million fucking mile high club or whatever the hell it is. There's no sort of like additional sort of additional things that you need to do to be able to be, able to access the open PTU. So if at some point, like when this patch hits an open PT, you'll be able to experience it and play it as long as you have a game package as such. So it's not like just for people who have spent $1,000 into the game.
yes. So yeah, keep in mind you are able to do that. There are several testing phases before that. So if you're a content creator like us, for instance, like I don't even get access to Evocati builds. Like I haven't spent that much money. So like keep that in mind. There may be people who have been at this for a very long time that have thrown a lot of money that are going to be able to release content before you because they can see it earlier. That said, Evocati builds are not to be streamed. So
there is also that.
Yeah. That said, it leaks like a sieve, and everybody knows about it. Like you literally get the patch notes on the subreddit every time it updates. So yeah. Additionally, physicalized cargo and salvage were pushed back to work with the new major tech for the persistent entity streaming. Simply put, like it is what it is. Like we kind of saw this coming. You don't want to build something for the old system if you're going to replace it and put it in the new system. And if you're going to release it in the new system, it should fucking work. Simply put. And
no, that makes
they
sense,
weren't confident about getting it in, so they pushed it back. Due to that delay, 3.17.2 was going to bring in new missions, new locations, and gameplay that we may have had a small instance of that accidentally tested on a build that I don't think they realized what they released. And we'll talk about that in a few minutes. But I'm gonna finish the notes on the chairman's thing, and then we'll come back and we'll talk about some of the stuff that happened over the weekend. Because there's a lot of big news about what's upcoming, because I think it's probably one of the biggest things they've done in a while. And they did it really freaking quietly. So they said it's going to take at least 3 months of PTU testing for 3.18. So simply put, don't expect it until quarter 3. It's gonna take a while, and it's simply because, like, again, the when has been answered, the why has been answered. You know, the server meshing and persistent streaming is vital to getting the game moving forward.
Yeah.
So from there, 2022, they're aiming to grow all company departments. They're opening new offices soon in Manchester, UK, and Frankfurt. Let's see. There's future planning for a new Austin studio, and they are upgrading the Los Angeles studio. So those are all good things to hear. CitizenCon. Some caveats before I say what I'm gonna say. Here are the reasons. It is a huge undertaking with a lot of planning. They are unable to plan shows currently for it. The LA Convention Center, unfortunately, is imposing gathering restrictions because California is being annoying. And COVID is still a thing. And, as people realized at EVE Online's FanFest, COVID is still a thing.
Yes. EVE Online's FanFest ended up being a super spreader event, it seems.
Yes. 70% of CIG is moving into new offices. Having worked for a government agency that's had to move from location to location before, I can tell you that this is not a small undertaking. There's also kind of this like redevelopment of like, are we going to be remote work? Are we going to be hybrid? Are we going to be, full-time back? Like, and it's dependent on positions. So there's a lot of stuff going on that. CitizenCon, due to those reasons, is going to be virtual again this year. It's going to celebrate the 10th anniversary of Cloud Imperium Games. There will be no gameplay demo during the keynote, which is an interesting change from prior years.
Yeah, just a bit.
There is no planned Squadron 42 presentation, which I was kind of surprised.
Yeah.
Considering that's like their main effort. But you should expect panels with devs on progress and future plans, which, frankly, the fact that they put that in there is like, no shit. Like, like,
we get that. Like, we were expecting that at least. Like, that
like, if you didn't do that, like, people would be like, why? Like, why are we here?
Yeah.
Well, were they planning a stream on like, let's follow the devs as they play a different game, like, like, and talk about Hello Kitty Island Adventures.
Like, guys, I've been really into this new game that I've been playing called Stardew Valley. Like,
yes.
Oh no.
So, they've also announced the return and kind of ongoing Bar Citizen World Tour. It has been 2 years since the last event. They're kicking off the World Tour this summer. It goes with an in-lore holiday called First Contact Day, which there is actually an entire article on about like how First Contact was made, which is really kind of a cool article. If you're a fan of Board Gamer, I will shill for them as hard as they shill for NordVPN. One, their NordVPN, like there are people that get sponsored by something and like they do the requirement. And then there's Board Gamer, who finds a way to take something that is otherwise the mundane, like here's
Like,
a
oh,
sponsor
yeah.
spot that I'm required to do in order to get some money from these people, and they make it fun.
Yeah,
They also have
like,
very good content weekly. They've got really like when it comes to these lore posts, Zin does the reading for them. She's really good at it. She's got the right voice for kind of like the it's like if I had to place it, it's like the hollow
narrative style
reader
thing.
narrative type.
Yeah,
Like it just
narration
works
style
perfectly.
thing.
Like thank you to them for producing that content. I really enjoy it. I'm I you're one of the few YouTubers that I get the notification pushed to phone. Like
It's also
I get notifications on my phone that your content is coming out. They're like you and Philip DeFranco are on the same list. Like putting that out there. It is not a big list.
It's not a big list, and the kind of crazy thing as well that I have to give props to Board Gamer and to Zin for is like they put out a lot of content and often, and it's like you kind of have the situation where you sort of think like, oh, I'm gonna at some point I'm gonna get bored of like the sort of same content, but somehow I don't, and I'm not entirely certain what kind of like wizardry or sorcery they're using in this regard, but like it's impressive.
Yeah,
It is actually genuinely impressive.
Unlike us, who will consistently ramble for hours, they are clear, concise, and to the point. Versus our long, waving diatribes off into the distance of obscurity.
Well, they sometimes ramble a little bit, but like to be fair, Zin is pretty damn good at being able to cut through a lot of that, and basically edit it down to something that is pretty on point, on message, and all that jazz. So like I will say, having done kind of that sort of stuff, it takes a lot of work, and like mad props to Zin for editing down Board Gamer, and obviously her sort of thoughts and diatribes on Star Citizen.
Yes,
because that is no mean feat.
Yes. So going back to Bar Citizen, they hope to solidify the International Bar Citizen Day as well. Starting off, they're going to be hosting events near their studios, basically. So like, hey, let's test this and see if people are actually wanting to come see us. See how they go, see some of the best practices without having to spend a ton of money on it. And then they're going to branch off into further locations. Each of the events will include goodies. Interesting. And dev interactions, of course, which is always fun.
I was thinking about something, and when you came across that, I was like, that rings a bell / sort of like that chimes with what I was thinking to some degree. They always kind of say like, oh, with the huge amounts of money that CIG gets, kind of thing, like, oh, they must be spending on ridiculous things like hookers and blow or something like that. Like, yeah. I don't think they
honestly,
do.
if you want to make a whole bunch of people happy, just give out the like plush, cloud whales and the penguins. Like,
Oh
it
yeah.
doesn't have to be anything crazy. Like, those are only a couple bucks a piece, and I'm sure, depending on where you go, there might be 100 people that show up, but you know, like, or
Hmm.
like put up a thing to like sell merch there. You know,
Yeah.
like just saying, you'll get a lot more sales that way. Also
Hmm.
because you're target rich environment. Uh, uh, so yeah, let's see. Aside from this, events, it's part of CIG's 10th anniversary. All of the events will be announced on Spectrum, so pay attention to Spectrum if you're interested in those. I'm really hoping that they decide to come to the DC area because that's where I am. So
But if you guys don't know what Spectrum is basically just their kind of like portal into like it's the portal that they have for their forums
yeah,
essentially. That's what Spectrum is. Like
it's it's forums, instant messenger, and some other things that I believe also crosses over to in-game for comms, like sending messages back and forth. I think you can actually do that. I
oh,
haven't
okay.
tested it, but I believe that's the intent, is that it's supposed to be able to do that, which I think is really
All right.
cool. Um,
That is pretty cool. All right.
so, final thoughts: persistent streaming, server meshing, and Pyro are imminent, and they're pushing for the end of year to at least get it into the testing phase, into the hands of the players testing it. So that the players can break it. Like,
Yeah.
try their hardest, do the stuff that is going to break it, and all of that by the end of the year. And then sometime Q1, Q2 of next year, it will release in its 4.0 status. Um, hopefully hopefully quarter one. Which I think is
Okay.
very. I think that is a reasonable timeline for the work that they have to do.
Yeah.
Um,
So
and yeah,
with all of that said, and all of the broad stroke kind of stuff, and all of the sort of like long term sort of goals and that kind of stuff, shall we shift gear and look at some of the
yes,
shiny things that are
yes.
coming on
Let's.
like on Friday, essentially? Um, so there's a fan like so. This is a bit of a spoiler if you're going to be showing this, like the fanfare reveal of like one of the things, right? I don't know whether you want to show it or not. Like,
Yep, yep. Just setting
yeah.
everything up to. Oh, sorry. Sound is not on. Oh, it is on.
Okay. The blue kind of version of that. Oh.
Oh my god. Oh,
Had you not seen that one?
I've not seen that one actually.
Oh, okay, that was good. That I enjoyed. But the funny thing was, like, obviously, the reveal was just like a buggy kind of thing. Maybe a bit anticlimactic. But to be completely honest, if you've been playing Star Citizen recently and you've probably kind of been doing bunker missions, like one of the things that's probably kind of annoying is, those bunker missions that don't really have a decent landing spot unless like you're going right behind the fucking laser turret, so it doesn't can't shoot you kind of thing. But if you're landing anywhere, or if you can't land anywhere close, you have to land far away, and you're bringing one of those one SCU boxes. Like it can be a fucking pain in the ass, like dragging that box, like 500 meters or so. If you have one of those, which apparently it's so basically this is the new Drake mole, right? And the cool thing about it is it can actually it's essentially like a forklift truck for one SCU boxes or potentially two
Yes.
SCU
So
boxes.
it can fit two. One fits under the back end, and kind of like loads in as like a reverse pickup truck. Like it loads in from the
Yeah,
bottom, and then the front works kind of like a forklift, where
yeah.
it like latches onto it and holds it there.
I've seen pictures of it with a two SCU box fitted in both sides.
For
I
scale,
don't.
so that people understand, like this is kind of the size that we're looking at for it. Um,
Yeah,
this is in relation to the PTV and the Rogue DS. So like,
yeah.
it's a little bit on the smaller side, but it's not intended to be very big. In terms of like loading ships, this could be an
That is very
interesting thing to
doable.
have.
I mean, it could be interesting to have, but like I kind of also see it as something that you could potentially load into certain ships, and then use to basically cover the distance between where you land and, say, for example, the place that you're looting,
Yes.
without having to fucking drag a 1 or 2 SCU box, like constantly using a multi-tool, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because that is a pain, and just loading the thing into there and then driving it is so much easier. So like that is something that I am going to be interested in actually using, and there are rumors that it might be coming with a lifetime insurance token, but we don't know that for certain in any way, shape, or form. Obviously, we'll find out on Friday, but we don't know.
Additionally,
There will not be a wipe, by the way.
yeah, there shouldn't be a wipe anytime soon, and none that we know of. When we hit 4.0, there might be.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
like, again, we don't know anything or you don't know on that front. We haven't heard of anything, but
If
it is unlikely they're going to wipe unless they have to.
Yeah.
So
So there's another thing that's coming from Anvil.
yes.
I don't
So
know if
this is
you picked this
currently
up.
in concept. There is a wireframe of it out there. We have, I think, identified a pretty clear candidate for the concept work. You know, I'm not
This
saying
might
it's a
trigger a
carbon
few
copy,
people.
but when you see the wireframe in game and realize that it's a landing ship designed to land people, and it has
Eh,
almost an identical shape, size, and like the landing gear is in the same freaking spot, guys. Like,
I'm gonna say that, like, I so the funny thing is, the kind of the ship that's coming in 318, the Drake Vulture, right? Like, had a kind of a controversy similar to this to some degree, because it kind of looks very similar to another ship in a different IP, as it were. Um, what I will say is I understand kind of, that this stuff sometimes happens because, if you're in a creative industry, sometimes you don't realize where you're getting inspiration from. And a lot of the time it's not, you may produce something that's very similar to something that you have seen or has influenced you in the past in some way, shape, or form, and you don't realize that you've unsubconsciously drawn from that inspiration in some way, shape, or form. But you end up creating something that looks somewhat similar, right? It
I
happens in
want
the
to
creative
say
industry.
sometimes that happens unintentionally, and
Yeah.
sometimes you have the confirmed ship that's definitely coming out for sure in the next patch, which is the Scorpius. Which, if you haven't seen
Oh
the
no, no,
Scorpius
that is an
before,
X.
it might look a
That is
little
an
bit like
X-wing.
some other ship you know of. Like,
Yeah, that is an X-wing. That basically is an X-wing.
uh, aware of the
It's interesting.
recent bug that's caused trillions to get into the economy? Drastically less people are doing bounties. I'm not aware. If I was aware, I probably wouldn't be doing bounties still.
Hey, I don't do bunker missions for the money. Like if I did do something for the money, it would be spontaneous mining. But that's basically
Oh
everything
yeah.
else is basically just for the experience. And by experience, what I mean is the frustration of dying in dumb ways. But yeah, I don't particularly know about that particular recent bug. But then again, it's not like it affects the price of something that I'm purchasing, because the stuff that I'm purchasing, well, I mean, you know, it's not being, it's not being the purchasing power of other people doesn't really affect my purchasing power, you know.
I'm
So
not
yeah,
really one for RMT, but like a billion AUEC for $1.84. Good God.
that's fucking insane. But then again, I wouldn't roll into that in any way, shape, or
Yeah.
form, and I
I've got
wouldn't
too
want to
much
tempt
invested
anybody
to,
to do.
you know,
I wouldn't want to tempt anybody to do so anyway. Like that is just that's ridiculous, and it's not like it's persistent. Like
yeah.
there's a
And they
reason
might
why there's
wipe.
an A at the start of it. Like there's
Yeah.
alpha. It's alpha UEC for a reason, right?
I wonder if for like 318, I'm wondering if they'll wipe for 318, which would be like quarter 3 of this year.
Yeah,
Like it would
maybe.
make sense because like with all of the changes to inventory in that, it would make sense
Hmm.
for to kind of clear out the clutter. Um,
Yeah.
yeah,
But then again, there was a long standing bug when it came to actually refining materials, where you could actually just like spam click the job, the job start kind of button, and it would literally duplicate the living shit out of a recycling job. But they fixed that eventually. So it wasn't like it's not like duplication bugs or that kind of thing when it comes to money or when it comes to materials, like, heavily affects the game at this particular point in time. But like, if it's a bug and you specifically find it egregious, or you think that it should definitely be squashed, then report it, and let them know about the repro steps. But
if any, like
probably,
if anybody's out there who just like wants to give me like 100 million to just like go and buy all the ships, like I'll log in. Like I will log in right after the show. Like just let me know. I'll be there. Like if you know a guy who
if you,
knows a guy, like you know, just
I'll
throw it
I'll be a
out there.
I'll be around if somebody's just throwing out alpha UEC, like,
Yeah.
you
Uh,
know.
I'm certainly not gonna. I'm not gonna buy it for cash, but like,
But
yeah.
if it's a living thing, then fair enough. But like, um, yeah,
I
I
don't
wouldn't.
recommend RMT. Sorry.
Yeah,
I know it affects your
yeah,
living, but I'm not for RMT.
yeah.
Uh,
Anyway, moving on. There is also another thing that kind of
yes.
was interesting, which is
The
a
Gray
backpack.
Cat backpack. Yeah. Which I actually think looks pretty slick. Like,
I thought it would look pretty awesome as well.
yeah.
But there's a few views of it.
Like I like it. I like it. I think it's a good backpack. I think it's fitting with the rest of their armor too.
Yeah.
It does appear to be like
So
a shade grayer.
it does
Is
have.
that just
I'm not
me?
sure whether that's
Like
the light. It does look like it's a lighting thing. I don't know. Maybe.
they
Um.
might want to check that like you know
Hmm.
it feels like a shade of gray on top of it. Like I
Either that, or we're being ruse cruised, and it's actually like a really,
yeah
really, really well done, like Photoshop.
yeah
But but even if it is, like, it's an interesting thing, and I think that's kind of cool. Um,
yes
it was
um
something that we found obviously on the subreddit. It was by a guy called Delirious Rex, who posted it in the subreddit, and I thought it was cool. Like, you know,
yeah I think it's cool. I really like the subreddit there. It's got a lot of really cool stuff, and like there's always people who are digging into the files and finding new stuff. Um, in terms of other new stuff, there is a new lore post. Um, it's basically talking about what does the future hold for um, Suj Kosi, which I have not read it. However, what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait for Board Gamer's YouTube channel to release the lore post reading from Zin, and I will again shill for them because when you make it onto my list of people that I follow actively enough to have your note, literally, like I will stop what I'm doing, put on a headset or put on earbuds, and watch their thing. Like,
Hey, I'm just
when I'm
saying,
around, you know.
Suj Kosi is a Tavarian senator from Elysium. Yeah, so apparently
I'm expecting that one
he's
to
a
be a
good
good
thing.
one.
Yeah,
It is rather
obviously
long. Is the
it's
other
going to have
reason
a
I don't
load
want
of
to cover
lore.
it here.
Yeah,
yeah, but I am looking forward to that. That'll be an interesting one. Um, so let's talk about what came out this weekend. We hinted at this earlier, but something happened earlier this weekend that was not expected, and kind of leaked a little bit of what was mentioned in the chairman's letter about new missions, new locations, new content
Ooh,
for the
yeah.
players.
You gonna grab
I've
a video of it
should I
from Morphologist? Like,
should
I'll grab them.
yeah. If you can give me the link, I'm gonna talk a little bit about it in the meantime here.
Yep.
All is not well on Orison. Orison is a place that for all descriptive purposes is supposed to be a utopia in the sky. It's a city in the clouds with high aspirations, incredible standards of living, and an incredibly dark underbelly. It is unfortunately plagued with the Nine Tails criminal organization.
Oh, right, okay. I thought you were gonna say it's plagued by having a fucking ridiculously thick atmosphere that you have to burn through to get out.
It is also plagued by having a ridiculously thick atmosphere and a jump point that is way too far from anything. Why, CIG? Like, you can't even. One, it's hard enough to find the spaceport. Two, you've put me so far away that I'm out of rendering distance of it. So I just kind of aimlessly head towards the marker, like, for another 10 kilometers before I can even see anything.
And half the time, if you're doing that, you're there thinking to yourself, like, is this marker trolling me? Am I going the right way? Because I feel like I'm not going the right way because I'm not getting to like what I can perceive to be as a spaceport in some way, shape, or form. Because everything looks the same, or just looks like a variation of everything else. Anyway, we're getting sidetracked, I feel.
Yes. We're gonna showcase a little bit of Morphologist's video. This is another one of the Star Citizen creators that I follow, mostly for his architect reviews. He's got kind of this like kind of a soothing voice, like so you'll find out in just a moment exactly what he sounds like. So with that,
Yep.
let's hit that. We'll bounce back over to that view.
Excited about checking out some of the new ships, there may be something else for you in this event, or at least towards the end, if rumors are to be believed. It would seem that all is not well in Orison this year, as a gang well known in the Stanton system is about to make its presence known in a pretty bold way with a pretty bold new look. While CIG haven't released any official details on the event itself has been tested in the PTU at least by accident over this past weekend, allowing us to get a little bit of a peek at what to expect for the event itself. Furthermore, the event location, which is located on Crusader, can actually be accessed and visited right now on the PTU by going to the rooftop of the Crusader showroom, which is just off the Cloudview platform, which is the main area you'll spawn in if you choose Orison as your home base. However, before we go any further, I want to let you guys know that what I'm about to show you may be considered a bit of a spoiler. However, I'm going to purposely not reveal everything or even discuss how this event is meant to completely play out, because I still think that some of this stuff should be left up to your own personal discovery if you end up playing the event yourself.
And we agree. The novelty behind how people kind of interact in the first bits and like discover how things work in Star Citizen is actually very important. That said, there are bits that he does cover that I think are pretty vital. So let's continue on.
While Crusader clearly wants you to believe that Orison is an angelic utopia high in the clouds and far removed from the violence of humanity, it seems that others may think differently and are willing to prove it. While we don't yet understand their motives, the Ninetales gang have brought sudden and extreme violence to the people of Orison. And just visiting the very first rooftop before you even get to the event space is a jarring experience, as you've likely just stepped out from underneath a flowering cherry tree overlooking a gorgeous vista. And if you step on board this shuttle, it's going to transport you to somewhere a little darker. When the Crusader landing zone was first introduced, it was gorgeous, and I could never have imagined them turning it into something spooky. But this first new platform that you'll arrive at is just that. There's something really disturbing about seeing bodies like this strewn about, security personnel and civilians alike. Clearly there was a battle here, and the people of Orison are on the losing side, for now. It's clear that they're in need of a hero, or at least a set of heroes, and that's probably where we're going to come in. But without going any further to spoil the plot of this event, one thing is certain, and this is easily the biggest event that CIG has ever done for Star Citizen, involving the most amount of effort on CIG's part that I've ever seen for an event. The space for the event is truly jaw-droppingly huge. The area is so big, in fact, that it's like 2 additional landing zones have been added to Orison. I kid you not. CIG have likely and easily spent many months working on this, and I'm very excited to see how this event plays out. But I also think that it demonstrates that Stanton is massive, and there is so much potential for them to develop out just even a single system in Star Citizen to be chocked full of fun content to experience. So I'm excited to see what they do with the other landing zones which have been poorly utilized, such as with ArcCorp and Hurston. Now, to address some of the concerns that you guys probably have about this event, they have considered a lot of different factors, like the idea that ships might ruin the fun. They've got something for that, I won't ruin it. They also have done something with performance by locating these platforms well away from the object container of both the show area for Invictus and for the main landing zone, so it actually runs very well. And if you don't...
Alright, we're gonna leave it there. Simply put, this I'm incredibly excited for.
Yes.
The ground-based first-person shooter content is something that McLeod and I have gotten deep into in the last couple of weeks with the bunker missions. And like having the opportunity to go weapons hot on, Cloud City in a seemingly emergency situation between security forces and the Ninetales organization, which is there going to be a question mark of what side you're on? I know for sure one thing I'm looking forward to more than anything else is killing all of the NPCs and stealing their armor.
Hey, I'm on one side, my side.
Yes, I'm on my side, and my side is very well armed and armored.
Yes,
Also,
very true.
I don't care if you've protected it against ships. I will find a way. Life always finds a way.
I mean, there's various.
Pads.
I mean, I people have landed and delivered package missions into the middle of fucking Area 18. Like, it doesn't matter. People will find a way.
It will
But
happen.
I think really for kind of for balance sake, I think we should show that last Reddit thread video from create a taco. Because to be honest, like this is like I can't fault him on feeling frustrated for various different bugs and stuff like that when it comes to Star Citizen. Because like holy Jesus, does the bugs frustrate the shit out of me, especially in the sort of the the FPS side of things, right? And I think anybody who plays Star Citizen in a whole various different form will see these bugs and see these examples of the bugs that have been happening, and yeah, you will be like, I've experienced this. I know his pain.
Yes.
So yeah, thank you very much, Creator Taco, for creating this compilation.
The grenade return.
Yeah.
The box pushing him up the elevator. What?
What is gravity? What is this shit?
It's a tiny little guy.
Oh,
we laugh because we've run into most of those.
all of them, and
All of them.
and they always happen in the most inopportune moment as well.
Oh, I think my favorite is spawning into a new server and seeing all of the NPCs like lined up like stormtroopers in like a grid
Oh, in
before they
yeah,
spread
in T
out.
poses.
Yeah.
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 I found that in certain areas, like they drop an absolute shit ton of multi tools
Oh yeah.
very recently. Yeah,
Oh yeah.
you can't sell them for shit, but
Yeah.
if you need a multi tool and you can't be asked for buying one, like just go there. There'll be about a 15,000 on the floor.
Yes.
And I thought
So
that would be a nice video to end with
yes,
for the
that is
show.
a solid one to end on. Uh, that's I think where we're gonna wrap the show for the night. I want to thank everyone. I want to thank our Patreons. I want to thank our supporters. I want to thank the people who boost our Discord. I want to thank you guys for showing up. I want to thank our subscribers, our followers. Like, you guys are awesome. You know, we don't do this for the money, as we mentioned in our pre-show. Like, this is a very casual effort. Obviously, like, some of these games we're more experts on than others. Um, and our passions come and go. Um, but the main thing is we enjoy the opportunity to talk with you, to talk with the community, and that extends from here as well. After the show, we normally hang out in our Discord. So please feel free, join the public chat in our Discord, and we'll be in there chatting with people because
Yep.
that's what it's about. It's about community. So, uh, so with that, as we always love to say, we'll see you guys in the new world. And we'll exit in our Star Citizen category on a new world video.